outcomes and health goals. These are the chairpersons, the outline, and here are the impressive lineup of speakers for this session. Just a few words on them. We will start with a keynote from my co-chair, Ria Machui, who will be speaking about the landscape of current trends of product information labeling across regions. She's a senior director, head of regional labeling for APEC. Then we will move to Europe, and Juan Garcia Burgos, head of public and stakeholder engagement in the European Medicines Agency, will speak about an important initiatives very closely related to us, the electronic product information in the European Union, the EPI pilot project now, the road ahead. Then we will have Fakhruddin Said Tabatabai from the Medicine Evaluation Board in the Netherlands. That's the Dutch regulator, speaking about the challenges of delivering structured EPI. Then we'll move into Denmark and the standards world, and Jens Christian Villadsen will speak to us about the standard, the fire standard specification we are developing for EPI to work across the world. We will have a short break and we will move to China. We will start with Lan Chang, Vice Director of National Clinical Test Organization for Medication and Chair for the China Alliance for Pharmaceutical Federation, speaking about intelligent pharmacy promoting the rational use of drugs. Then we will look more closely at the use of EPI with Wenya Wang and Jason Chen, who will speak about the survey results of the Chinese PI project. We will also look into the industry side with Kitty Jin, who will speak about the process and experience of sharing about digitized and integrated doctor and patient management. And then my colleague, Lars Linskolt, also at FME board member and institutions officer, will lead a discussion on specific questions that will unveil challenges and opportunities of this collaboration. So without further ado, I would like to introduce again my co-chair, Ria Machui, Senior Director of Regional Label and Regional Labeling Head for APEC. She is the head of engagement, external engagement within the International Labeling Group of Pfizer, the founder of the Asian Labeling Hub, and responsible for the creation of local labels for more than 25 countries in Asia, an amazing experience. She's been in Pfizer for more than 25 years in labeling, pharmacovigilance, and risk management roles, and she has been actively involved in a number of conferences, Japan, China, Singapore, and the US, both as session chair and speaker. She has been a recipient of the DIA Japan Regional Award, and she has been a member of the advisory group of DIA Japan. She's also the vice chair of the 2021 DIA Japan Annual Meeting Program Committee. So with again, her talk today will be landscape of current trends of product information labeling across region. And without further ado, I will stop sharing so that Ria can take the stage. Ria, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kathleen, for your kind introduction. Let me share my desktop. Can you see my desktop, everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Great. All right, so let me get started. Landscape of current trend of product information across region. So this is today's agenda. Firstly, in the first part, I speak about the current landscape of product information. And in the second part, I will talk about the future of product information, which is e-labeling. First of all, let me talk about the role of labeling quickly. The labeling is a key component of that submitted dossier in common technical document. Only labeling is an official external document after the product is approved. There are a variety of formats, paper, electronic, and types, patient or healthcare professional labeling distributed according to the national requirement. I would also like to emphasize that the labeling is a critical risk minimization measure. Also the current focused area for labeling are patient-centric labeling and e-labeling. There are two types of the labeling. The first one is healthcare professional labeling, where required by local regulations, which is medications, medical summation, product information intended for use by healthcare professionals. And the other one is the patient labeling, which is primarily intended for that patient. The patient labeling should be written in patient-friendly language. There are three key related issues for patient: accessibility, understanding, and adherence. In order to understand the product information, patient must be able to easily access it first. In order to adhere to the product information, patient must first understand it and have the information available to them in a convenient format. It has been reported that more than 194,500 deaths have resulted from not taking a medicine correctly. Also, an estimated 1.25 billion euro in direct and indirect cost per year. Also, it has been reported that 69% of medication-related hospital admission are due to the poor adherence. So therefore, adherence is critical for patient safety. So here we have some points to consider for improving patient understanding. Firstly, we should consider whether the patient labeling is available in the market. Is that patient labeling written in plain language? With a focus on the plain language, does the patient-friendly dictionary exist? It may be helpful or useful that patient information be available in the multi-channel to encourage uptake and understanding, such as audio video. In fact, in many countries, patient information leaflet is not required for many products, especially in APAC and then also Latin America. The pill is not required in almost half of the market. So I'm gonna speak about e-labeling later, but adoption of e-labeling for healthcare professionals only without adoption of pill will prevent reaping the full benefit of e-labeling. This table shows the overview of the product information. Let me focus on Europe and China. As for the healthcare professional information, in Europe, a summary of product characteristics exists. SMPC is not inserted as a package insert in a commercial product and is available from website. In China, the package insert is available, which is comprehensive and covered information intended for healthcare professional and patient, and directly delivered to both the HCP and the patient. But the package insert in China is not written in patient-friendly language. Regarding the patient information, there is a package leaflet in Europe, which is packed as a package insert in a commercial product and is directly delivered to patient. For China, there is no such equivalent document. In Europe, all products are required for patient information and readability test is also required. The paper version of the labeling is inserted in a commercial pack as well as from the website in Europe. So that physical label in the commercial pack is for patient in Europe, but it is for HCP in China. This table shows that comparison of the structure of patient labeling for Japan, Europe, and US. The patient labeling for these three regions have similar sections. In Japan and Europe, the patient-friendly dictionary is available. On the other hand, as I mentioned earlier, in many countries, PIL is not required for many products. In these countries, there is no national template for patient labeling. Also, it would be difficult to understand what the patient-friendly language is. So here we have a current problem with labeling. From here, the trust, the patient can easily search product information on the internet, but they may access wrong information. It is very important for patients to know where to get the latest trusted information. Because of globalization, patients can access labeling from the other countries with potentially different information. Many countries do not have one national labeling template in emerging markets. So depending on the product, the section name and order of the section are different within the same market. It is not user-friendly. The labeling is that most important routine risk minimization measure, but we only have some idea if it is effective. The multi-medicines are often prescribed, but the labeling are written for individual product. The patient have to read the individual product information. As for reading the information, not many emerging market countries do not have patient labeling leaflet for many products. And even though the patient information is available, but the next question is that are patients actually reading the patient information? The lastly, as all of us are aware, the changes to the product information can take years to reach the end user if we deliver the product information as a paper in the commercial pack only. So let me go to the next agenda, e-labeling. When we discuss e-labeling, we needed to understand what the labeling document in a commercial pack are. The first and the second pictures were taken in Europe. The labeling in a commercial pack is written for patient. The third picture was taken in United States, and the labeling in a commercial pack is written for healthcare professional in general. Depending on the countries, the pack may contain healthcare professional information such as China, US, Japan, or patient information in Europe. In Asia, most HCP labeling is inserted in that commercial pack. So for a while, industry and health society have been focused on the contents of the labeling. Of course, the contents of the labeling is important, but even though the content is excellent, if the user do not read the labeling, it will not be helpful. So we have not paid a lot of attention on how the labeling is being accessed, used, understood, and adhered to in real life setting. So we need to shift our mindset to pay attention to this. What is e-labeling? What is the definition of e-labeling? At this moment, there is no single definition, no single universal definition of e-labeling across region. And then also still many countries required paper labeling in the commercial pack. Most of the, on the other hand, there are a lot of e-labeling initiatives all over the world. The most of the world is here in terms of the adoption. The PDF of labeling are available on the website, but true e-labeling is not possible without implementation of defined standard. So e-labeling should be integrated with digital health in the future, and the e-labeling should be used as a digital risk minimization. As I mentioned in the previous slide, there is no single universal definition of e-labeling. However, in general, there are 5 aspects. As the first important step, the latest product information should be available online. Then we should consider to improve accessibility with using like a QR code or GS1 code so that healthcare professional and the patient can access to trusted labeling via code on the pack. The other aspect is to eliminate the paper labeling from the commercial pack. Also, we should think about creating the structured contents of the labeling with using XML. Lastly, we should have interoperable labeling to exchange that labeling information between the systems such as electronic medical record or e-prescription. There are a lot of benefits of e-labeling. One of the most important benefits is faster sharing new product information. The most updated labeling can be delivered to healthcare professional and the patient. It will take time to change the paper labeling in the commercial pack. Also, e-labeling has better readability and searchability. E-labeling can reduce lead time to launch new products, especially for COVID-19 vaccine therapeutic medicine. Of course, elimination of the paper labeling is environment friendly. E-labeling should be used for advancing digital health. On the other hand, there are 2 common concerns listed here. There is a good recent example of e-labeling for COVID-19. Instead of inserting the paper labeling, e-labeling has been introduced for EUA. The QR code is located on the product carton box. The user can scan the QR code. It links user to COVID-19 landing page. There is a drop-down list by countries and option available for each country page. The labeling is available as a PDF from there. Around 70 market labels are available on the website. And then also the labeling has been updated around between 1 to 3 times per month for the first 6 months. If we delivered the product information as a paper in a commercial pack, it was not possible to deliver the most up-to-date product information in timely manner to customers. So e-labeling meets the challenges of the pandemic and is critical method to deliver vaccine medicine quickly and globally. E-labeling also is a current focus for organizations such as International Pharmaceutical Regulators Program, IPRP, and International Conference of Drug Regulatory Authority, ICDORA. So e-labeling has been raised as a topic that should be discussed next couple of years since last year. Let me share one slide to show how e-labeling is a hot topic across region. Under the COVID-19 pandemic, various e-labeling initiatives has been accelerated all of worldwide in healthcare and pharmaceutical field. In Japan, PMDA has required SGML version of the JPI, which is healthcare professional labeling, for many years, and started to switch to XML in 2019. Pharmaceutical law was amended to eliminate paper labeling, which is HCP labeling, from the commercial pack in December 2019 and has been implemented in 2021. The GS1 should be printed on the carton, and then the app scanned the GS1 barcode. And the app was developed by industry association and then also GS1 Japan, so that the user don't need to download each company app. So there is a 2 years transition period, so that the company have to complete to eliminate the paper label by the end of July 2023. In Chinese Taiwan FDA and the Trade Association completed a 6-month phase 1 pilot study for selected HCP label. The objective was to test e-labeling platform constructed by Taiwan FDA in order to transform to XML format in the future. Also, the Taiwan FDA issued a notification to conduct 2 years phase 2 pilot study for injectable products used in hospital for selected HCP label to remove paper labeling from the commercial pack. In Singapore, finalized guidance on e-labeling has been published and has taken effect from April 2021. It is voluntary for company to implement e-labeling where the physical label need not to be distributed with the pack. In Canada, a notice of intent was issued in April 2019, advising of the transition from product monograph to the XML structure format. Some products have been approved to remove the physical copy of the paper in the pack. Furthermore, WHO and SADC market have completed some e-labeling pilots in South Africa and Zimbabwe, linking the pack to PI. So this slide shows the status of e-labeling initiative from that 5 aspects. Having a labeling information only available as Word document or PDF file is restrictive as they are unstructured. The files cannot be used digitally. So in the future, it would be good to create a labeling in a structured contents format. For example, like XML offers huge opportunity for further digital transformation. So if the e-labeling would be linked to electronic medical record, health literacy material, the personalized labeling would be shown up to the patient. If the patient has a complication that has to be careful when taking a medicine, the relevant precaution could be highlighted. In the future, patient may be able to give the feedback. So this is my last slide. In summary, the current area of focus for labeling are patient-centric labeling and e-labeling. The e-labeling is recognized to offer an important opportunity to improve access to understanding of the latest product information, and so to offer potential for important benefit to patient, HCP, and other stakeholders. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this amazing landscape of the situation across Europe, Americas, and the Far East. Are there any questions from the audience? You can use the chat or the Q&A box. Okay, we have one. So maybe I can read the question. Hi, Ria. Thank you for the comprehensive presentation. For those countries who have piloted, implemented e-labeling, do we have any information idea on patient experience? How was e-labeling perceived by these stakeholders?
That's great questions. So in some countries, the e-labeling pilot has been started, and then some countries have started to capture that patient experience. But unfortunately, I do not have the outcome of that the patient experience for the e-labeling yet. So because it has been just started. So in the future, maybe next year, it would be great to share that the outcome of the e-labeling pilot from the patient perspective. Thank you for the questions.
Thank you. We have another question for Ria. Let me read it. Are there any systematic collaboration between the different e-labeling initiatives and pilots, to your knowledge?
Different labeling initiative and pilot. Yes, so the one of the example, like a regional collaboration. In APAC, in Asian region, there is the framework, which is APAC. So 13 member association are participating that such kind of the collaboration, and then the e-labeling working group exists. So there are 13 members, which means that 14 countries are participating that the working group, and then we share the knowledge, and then also having a discussion. So I think such kind of that regional collaboration has been already started, several regions, not only APAC, but I wanted to share that one of the example.
Yeah, and I hope that also our session here will be the start of more collaboration. In your slide number 14, maybe you can show it. I would like to ask you one slide, the last question, which is where, if you could show slide 14 in your presentation.
14, yep.
14.
Yep. Okay.
There you list 5 challenges. Which, in your opinion, is the challenge more easy to overcome?
Let's see.
Yes.
Is this?
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry. Could you say that the question again?
The question is, there are 5 steps here for e-labeling. Which one do you think it's easier to overcome, or a potential for collaboration, like you spoke right now?
Yes, I think the second one would be sort of many markets have started to pilot for the second one with using the accessibility, and then maybe that is much easy to collaborate each other.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe
yeah, go ahead. No, please complete.
Sorry. And in the future, maybe the common electronic standards that should be definitely needed to discuss, and they will be very, very important. That part we should collaborate more. There's 4th and 5th one, that the focus area in the future. But currently we can collaborate more second one.
Thank you so much, Ria, again for your presentation. Let me share my screen again now.
Yes.
And move to our speaker. Our next speaker, it's a great honor to welcome Juan Garcia Burgos, Head of Public and Stakeholder Engagement Department in the European Medicines Agency. Juan Garcia is a qualified medical doctor from the University Autónoma in Madrid, specialized in neurology. He has worked as a neurologist surgeon at the Hospital Gregorio Marañón in Madrid. And he joined the European Medicines Agency in 2002 in the scientific units, where he was responsible for coordinating the preparation of EU clinical guidelines for drug development. Then he took new responsibilities in 2005 when he was appointed head of medical and health information, being directly involved in the interaction with patients, consumers, and health professional organizations, and the preparation of information on the benefit risk of medicines for lay audiences. In January 2017, he was appointed in his current position of head of public and stakeholder engagement department, and he is co-chair of the EMA's Patient and Health Professionals Working Party. Juan Garcia will actually speak today on electronic product information in the European Union, the road ahead, the roadmap for the EPI project, and he will actually address the very last issue that Rie pointed out, the common standard. Juan Garcia, the floor is yours. We are honored to have you with us.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting the agency. Is in the European Union, and I think it fits very nicely with the previous presentation. In a way, it will give an overview of how we are taking all these concepts that are presented.
Would you share your screen, or should I share for you? How would you like it to work? Sorry for interrupting.
No, I can share it. Let me just somehow is blocked. So if can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And if you cannot share, I can certainly do that for you.
Mind, you can do it for me.
Give me 1 second. Sorry for everyone for this. Okay.
Maybe you have too many things written.
Share station. Yes, we move quickly. I'm sharing now, and please let me know when you wish me to switch slides.
The problem is that my system is not working, so I cannot see exactly.
Okay, we are looking at your slides now. I'm muting and I will be following your directions. Juan Garcia, please go ahead.
Okay, so we are in slide 1, I guess.
We are looking at the title page right now.
Okay, so maybe we can go to the next. I cannot see the slide, so we can try to go with the numbers. We can go to the first slide. And indeed, as we mentioned, I would like to give an update on how we are approaching electronic product information in Europe. And I think the previous speaker has put the case, has introduced the concept very well. And I think in today's world, we cannot continue offering to patients and healthcare professionals, to users of medicines, one of our key deliverables for a regulator, which is product information, which is the basis for the use, for the safe use of medicines in paper, in formats which no longer are compatible to the way that today's population, that everyone today handles information. In addition, the needs increases, and again, PDFs are not adequate formats, are no longer able to meet the needs of the patients, the needs of the healthcare professionals, but also the needs of the regulators, the needs of the whole system. I think it's clear, and also in the previous speaker illustrated very well, that across the world, different regulators at different moments are investing their efforts and their resources into develop solutions, electronic solutions, which will be able to provide information to patients and healthcare professionals in formats which are going to allow them to make information on medicines more efficient and make that the way medicines are used are safer. And that's the ambition which is behind all these initiatives. So if we go to the second slide. So here we try to illustrate why we want EPI. And that was the reasoning we had at the European Union behind the decision to invest on electronic formats. And first of all is the imperative, the public health imperative, the need to expand public access and dissemination of unbiased and up-to-date regulatory approved information for medicines in the European Union. Again, this is on the basis that the formats are not sufficient to address these needs. But at the same time, we also realize that medicines regulation is becoming a more complex environment where there are different regulatory procedures which are more complex today and which requires the capacity to facilitate access to product information data across these different procedures. And in parallel, there is a growing administrative burden, which comes by maintaining and updating Word and PDF files with an increasing number of products. This is really a lot of work, which is not efficient and which is no longer possible in today's world. So if we go to the third slide, what we did initially is to set up the basis for this work. And this was published in 2020, is what we call the key principles. And considering the idiosyncrasy of the European Union, we wanted to define key elements which will be shared and agreed by all member states, by all stakeholders, including industry, but also patients, healthcare professionals, and which would be the basis to build the e-labeling in the European Union. And one of the elements was to define exactly what is EPI, because, and this is how we have seen in the previous presentations, the definition maybe varies across different regions. For Europe, EPI is authorized statutory product information for human medicines. At the moment, the scope is limited to human. In future, maybe they will cover veterinary, but at the moment, the development is focusing on human. And when we talk about the statutory product information, we refer to the summary of product characteristics for the physicians, for the doctors, the package leaflet for the patients, and the labeling. And what is important is that for us, in our definition, electronic product information refers to semi-structured format, which is created using what we call EU Common Electronic Standard. EPI, in this respect, is adapted for electronic handling and allows dissemination via the web, e-platforms, and print. So, based on this definition, we define a series of key principles, and these key principles are available online. You can check in our website using a search. Is quite simple, and you can see the basis upon which we have developed afterwards the whole initiative. If we go to the fourth slide, I wanted to illustrate a couple of examples of how we expect EPI to facilitate dissemination to patients and healthcare professionals, and this again builds very much on the previous presentation. But for example, EPI will be available and will be able to be seen in an iPhone or in a tablet. And this will allow, for example, a patient to be reminded every time he or she has to take the medication. And even we could potentially envisage that one could go to the how to take your medicine section and see a video which will facilitate the way that he has to take the medication, rather than navigating in a paper leaflet and try to investigate that. Another very good example has been the pandemic and the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccines. I think this example has been mentioned by the previous speaker, but it was clear that the development of these vaccines happened in real time, in the sense that the product information was sometimes updated almost every week, because every week there was new information coming up, and new information which needed to be reflected in the product information. For example, a variation to use the medicine in now adolescents, which happened and during the campaign. And it was important that this information was reflected timely to those having the vaccinations. And the only way to do that was electronically. We could not expect that the paper could be printed and available to everybody at the point of vaccination. So, I mean, this was a challenge, and this illustrated how useful it can be and how we can ensure that any new information being generated for a medicine, any new recommendation of how the medicine should be used, could be immediately available to the point of care. So if we go to slide 5, we started to work on the proper development in 2020.
We cannot hear you anymore. Hello?
Hello, Kathleen. I think we missed.
We lost.
Yeah, we lost the Dr. Garcia.
Okay. In that case, I think. Okay. Is he back? Let me check. Okay. In that case, in the interest of time, I think we will move to our next speaker, and we will continue with the intervention of Juan Garcia later in the discussion. So let me share my screen. So our next speaker, I'm very honored to introduce Fakhruddin Saeed Tabatabai. He has been the spirit of e-labeling in Europe for many years. He's a medical doctor and epidemiologist. He's with the Medicines Evaluation Board, which is the Dutch regulator, for more than 16 years. And since 2017, he is part of the Better Use program, which has been initiated within the member states, the Medicines Evaluation Board, focusing on improving access to product information so that both patients and health professionals can search for, find, consult, and use information about medicines. He's also a member of the Electronic Product Information, EPI, or e-labeling in other parts of the world, and the chairman of the harmonization of RMP projects in Europe. Fakhreddin will speak on challenges for delivering a structured EPI in the world or in Europe mainly, but Fakhreddin, please, the floor is yours. Please, I'll stop sharing so that you can start.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. I'm going to share my screen, and please let me know if you hear me well and if the slide is visible.
Yes, it's visible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the introduction. It's a pity that we miss the presentation of Juan Garcia, because it was the order of the presentations was more or less important to first hear from Ria and good introduction, and then moving further what Juan Garcia was busy saying about the progress of electronic product information initiatives in European Union.
I think he's back. Wait a second. Juan Garcia, are you there?
I'm here. I'm sorry. I don't know at what time I was kicked out. I don't know if you can hear me.
Okay, so let's switch back to Juan Garcia then for a minute.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, but maybe you could focus on the important parts now to save time. Let me share my screen. I'm conscious of time, so I tried to accommodate. Here you are. You are at slide 5. This is where we stopped hearing you.
Excellent. Okay, so I will try to be quick. And what I said is that this was the outcome of the EPI setup project, which was first the creation of a common standard, then the proof of concept, which was able to demonstrate to the public how EPI will look in the EU, and then a realistic vision and roadmap, which explains which are the next steps in the development. So if we go to the next slide, the creation of the common standard is one of the key features of the whole project. And I'm not sure if this was, if I managed to deliver this in the previous one, but it's important because in Europe, we need to ensure that we develop EPI in an harmonized manner. It's important that the common standard is agreed by all member states, and that all member states and all stakeholders agree to work and develop EPI in the different countries using the same standard. And we are very pleased that this has been the outcome of the setup project. A common standard was developed and agreed by everyone, and all member states have committed to use this standard in order to develop EPI in Europe. The European standard is based on FHIR, and this is the idea that it will be supporting the harmonization and collaboration across the network. So FHIR, as you know, is a set of XML health data resources plus a REST and API for accessing them. So the standard, and you can use this link, is available, is published in GitHub, and you can have a look to see how it looks. It consists on API specifications, a FHIR XML template, which is based on the QRD template, which is the one which is used to generate the product information in paper, and then an instance of EPI samples message. You go to the next slide. So the proof of concept, I think we thought it was important in order to show all stakeholders how it will look. And this is also available. You can have a look in this YouTube link. It takes about 1 hour, but it goes through the standard. It goes and it gives you a flavor of an idea of how EPI in Europe will look. And it shows that it will be multilingual and how you can navigate during different languages with all the EU official languages, how the accessibility that we are going to offer and how user-friendly it is. And then it also allows to demonstrate how it's interoperable with the sport master data, which in a way is demonstrating that all the systems that we have in place for handling product information during the regulatory process are interconnected, and therefore they will be able to be further developed in all together. We go to the next slide. So the roadmap, and this is just how we are going to progress in the future. As you see, in 2021, we have the setup project with the development of the standard as a key feature. And now we are working to the creation of the real tool, all the business tool. This is going to be based on the common standard. And currently we are developing that together with guidance material. This is developed this year. Next year, 2023, we will start the pilot. We will start using the standard, the business tool, in order to generate product information for real products. But this will no longer be a proof of concept, will be the real EPI. And then after this pilot, once we see how it works, when we learn from this experience, we will implement EPI for all medicines in Europe, including CAPS and NAPS. And of course, there will be an evolution of the standard. So next slide. So in order to define the EPI that we are working on, we need to talk about the minimum viable product. And the minimum viable product is an early version of EPI, which have limited features. I think one of the key concepts of the way we are working in Europe is that we are developing EPI in a stepwise approach. And we have to be realistic that the minimum viable product, the initial tool, business tool, will not have all the features that EPI will have in the end. However, will be the minimum features which will allow to release, to make use of EPI for a product. We will pilot that with CAPS, and now we already have a few countries, which is what we call early adopters, which will be has committed to or has agreed to join the pilot and to test with some national authorized products. And this is Denmark, Netherlands, and Spain and Sweden, and that's why it's very good that the next presentation from Franklin will follow up and build up on that. The minimum viable product will enable the creation of EPI at the point of application and then allow to update following positive opinion. Next slide. So at the moment, what we are focusing, the work is focusing, and what the development of the minimum viable product means is that we are working on the EPI authoring portal, and the portal will allow the creation of EPI, will allow the update, the submission, and the download in various formats, HTML, XML, Word, utilizing synergies with DADI, with our systems. We are also working on the functionality for this portal to allow and enter images, tables, styling, and this in a way supports the creation and the editing of EPI, introducing all the aspects of style which are needed to generate these product information documents. And finally, we are working on the repository and API, and EPI will be stored in a file server and then will be made available to different websites, machines, via the EPI API. This will allow that everyone, any third party, can make use, because this will be open to everyone, of the electronic product information. Next slide. And this is just to conclude. This is the future vision, which I said is that it's important that this is going to be a minimum viable product at this stage. And the final vision, the future vision for EPI foresees that it will be fully integrated into the assessment process, into all the systems. And it means that EPI will be submitted by the companies at the beginning of the process. It will be used throughout the whole evaluation process. And then there will be an outcome with an opinion and then a final product information, which all be done in electronic format. During the first phase, during the pilot, in which we will use the minimum viable product, EPI will be submitted at the beginning, will be delivered at the end, but it will not yet be fully integrated during the assessment process. This is something which afterwards, after the pilot, will be further developed so that at the end of the day, we will have this future vision, this final end. Next slide. And with this, we finish. So I hope it was clear. I'm sorry for the technical problems. I'm happy to answer any question. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. So please use the Q&A and chat for any questions. We already have one question, and maybe some of these questions we will move to the discussion at the end. So there is a question saying that is this for both CP and MRP DCP labels in the EU? Maybe I'm not sure of the acronyms. How will it change the submission process for the label from marketing authorization holders? Please.
That's a very good question. I can quickly. MRP and DCP refers to mutual recognition procedure and decentralized procedures. So it means for national authorized products. And the answer is yes. I mean, this is both for centrally and nationally, so it will affect all. But during the pilot, it will only affect a limited number of products. It will be just a few products. So yes, we will be, and marketing authorization holders industry is part of the initiative, is involved in the project, so that we will be contacting the companies which will be participating in the pilot. And yes, it will change the way that it is submitted, because they will have to submit in electronic format using the common electronic standard.
Thank you very, very much, Juan Garcia. And I move quickly to Fakhreddin for the next talk. And I hope you stay over to continue the discussion in the panel. Fakhreddin, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning and good afternoon again, everyone. And thank you, Juan and Ria, for setting up the floor. I'm going to share my slides if it's see if it's working correctly. Yeah, will you please confirm that it's on screen?
It's on screen. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, what I'd like to present you in this short talk, I want to bring you back to the terminology that we use, because in this workshop today, we keep using the terminology electronic product information or electronic labeling. As our first speaker, Ria, already mentioned, there could be quite some misunderstanding or the different understanding of what labeling is, or what product information is in different regions of the world. In European Union, for example, as you already heard, we have 3 pieces of documents that we share with the end users. We have summary of product characteristics for healthcare professionals. We have a package leaflet for patients, and we have labeling, which is on the boxes. But as you heard, labeling means something different in different regions of the world, because when we say electronic labeling, and actually we mean electronic product information. But this part, I think we don't need to discuss it anymore at this session. I hope we can discuss it in another session. But anyway, let's agree that there is a piece of information, scientifically based, and most of the time, almost always approved by the regulators, and we do want to share this information to the end users. And end users are either patients or health givers or healthcare professionals. In Europe, we offer the summary of product characteristics as PDF on the website. But the rest of those information is on paper. And now we are talking about moving to electronic product information. So the question is, what is electronic? What do we mean by electronic? Well, I don't want to make you to make it more confusion, but we could also say digital product information. But anyway, that's a completely different story. We say electronic product information. So the first thing coming into mind is that, okay, we mean something, and we should define what it is, which is not paper. I searched the internet for finding what is a definition of an electronic document. And well, this is what I found, and I think that's a quite a reasonable definition. It's a digital file that takes the place of a physical copy or printout. So it says electronic document like PDF are easier to share, organize, collaborate, and so forth. Interestingly, it says that electronic document like PDF, so it means that PDF is an electronic document. And as I said, and you all know, we are already sharing the information in a PDF format. Even the paper that we have, it's first in a PDF format, then the company will print it out on a paper, put it in a box. So we do have PDF. So coming back to the terminology, when we say electronic product information, apparently we don't need PDF. We don't want PDF. PDF doesn't provide us with all the features that we need. And you heard part of that description about how we want to move from further in the presentation of our previous speaker, Juan Garcia. But I want to bring you in through the journey to see which characteristics we expect beyond PDF. The first thing is that we don't want it only to be an electronic product information. We want it to be structured electronic product information. And as you see in these photos, it's a metaphor of how we can see PDF and how we can see EPI. PDF is an electronic document, but it's unstructured. You should think about pieces of data, pieces of information, which is in the text. It is not structured. It means that a human can read it and can understand that, okay, this section is different from that section. This one goes about, for example, warnings. The other part goes about the adverse drug reactions. But a machine cannot understand that. We cannot take these sections apart from each other. So if we need to update a PDF, we need to update the whole file. But if we have structured format, as you see in a metaphor in the right picture, then it's much quicker, easier, more efficient to, for example, update the product information or disseminate the product information and share the data between different users. And as my colleague Juan Garcia already said, we have a key principles for EPI in the European Union, and in the definition says that EPI is authorized statutory product information for medicines and in a semi-structured format. That's already a very important part of the definition. But I want to tell you that it's not enough. We need to go a couple of steps further to have a really useful electronic e-labeling or electronic product information. So there are a couple of more characteristics. And the first one is that we want that structured electronic product information being coded. We want to get rid of narrative content as much as possible and move toward coded data. So in this metaphor, the picture you see, think about a transcript. This is a piece of text. Then you can make it structured. That's the second step, of course. But then each structure should be coded. And why it's important? Because if you want to share those information between different users, let's say there are computers on the hospitals, there are in pharmacists, the healthcare professionals, they have it even between companies and the regulators. Then if they are coded, we can much easier, we can connect these information. You don't need a human effort to try to type or insert information into a database. It just goes smoothly, quickly, and it helps to provide the most updated information to the end users. Juan Garcia already mentioned that we in European Union, we are working on these coded data based on the FHIR standards. And I'm happy that also my colleague Jens Wilhelmsen is here, and he will be the next speaker, talk you through the efforts that Gravitate-Health is doing for an implementation guide, which can be used worldwide, not only for Europe, but also for China and other pieces of the world. So I leave it here, and it was just a teaser so far. And I think that it will be very interesting to hear what Jens is going to talk about that. There is one more step. So even when you have coded data, that's not the end of story. You need to have one more step in order to have the efficient electronic product information, and that's to be connected. So those coded, structured electronic product information should be connected to the sources. And why is it important? It helps for harmonization and for seamless update of the information in a most trustworthy way. We already using quite some dictionaries or sources of terminology or standards in a product information. But we are all using it by hand. There's almost nothing systematic or computer-based. We have, for example, SNOMED clinical terms, and of course, based on that, we have international patient summary terminology. We have medical dictionary for regulatory activities, MEDRA terminology. For example, in Europe, all the terms about adverse drug reactions should be MEDRA terms, according to the law. We have also IDMP standards, and in Europe, we have the EU SPOR data services for implementation of IDMP standards. So all the substance, products, organization, and referential codes are there. So imagine that all those coded, structured electronic product information, all those pieces of data are connected to the source. So it means that if some update should happen, you only need to update the source just once, and you don't need to update the product information for hundreds of products one by one. When the source is updated, automatically, by just one click, all those product information for all those products which are connected to the source will be updated. Without any delay, patients, healthcare professionals, all end users will receive the most updated information. The companies and regulators, they can much easily do their work. They can be much more harmonized. There will be much less mistakes or disharmony between those information. So this is the most the best level of electronic product information that you want to reach. So you want a product information not in a paper format. You want it to have electronic, but you want it to have structured. Those structured pieces of data you want to have coded, and when it's coded, you want it to have been connected to the source. I think now I can leave you by this and give the floor back to Katrine, and then shortly you will hear the further story about coding of API from Jens. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Fakhreddin, for this important message about structured data. We have a question for you. It says, with regards to the implementation of FHIR standards, how will this impact, in your opinion, users, health professionals and patients, and eventually when reading these labels electronically?
Well, maybe it's a bit better to answer this question after you hear the next presenter. But shortly, the thing that I want to mention is that when we talk about electronic product information, a user will read just the information. So you should not expect that a user will read all those codes on a screen. The user gets what he or she needs in an exact format that he or she needs. That's the power of electronic product information. So all those codes are behind the scene. The user won't see that. Those codes, those structured coded data, they just help to provide the user with the most friendly way of seeing. If you read it on your laptop, or you read it on your iPhone, or even if you've printed, you will see exactly what you see before. Actually, what is there will not change at all. The information will not change at all. We are changing the format, and changing the format will happen behind the scene. So there will be absolutely no problem about reading it, because the machine will do it for you. The computers will do it for you.
All right. Thank you very much, Fakhreddin. And it is a great pleasure to introduce my colleague in Gravitate and also in HL7, Jens Christian Villadsen, who has been a driving force behind the HL7 FHIR Electronic Product Information Implementation Guide. He will also be able to share with us some of the developments in Denmark, which, as you saw in Juan Garcia's slide, is one of the pilot countries in Europe. Jens Villadsen is a business unit leader at Trifork and chairman of the board at HL7 Denmark. He is, as I said, instrumental in the development of the API labeling HL7 FHIR implementation guide. Jens, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'll see if I can share screen in just a sec. This is truly a first world problem. Okay, Catherine, I think you would need to cover the slides.
Could you send them to me by email? I don't think I have received them already.
Yeah, they are on OneDrive. I can upload them there as well. The
Okay.
newest
So if
version.
they are on
Just a sec.
OneDrive,
Just a
I
sec.
can get them.
Just a
Yes,
sec.
I have them.
Well, yeah, I'll just throw up a new one. Just a sec. I made a few editorial changes. It should be spinning now. Okay, so I definitely don't hope I disappoint anyone, faculty. We won't go into too much technical details because I was told that I could not expect the entire audience to be entirely technical. But so I'll sort of cover it from a, you could say, a business need perspective or a user needs perspective, and what we aim to do and what we try to do. I will have some snippets from the implementation guide, so we go into a few details, and I encourage anyone that has interest in the harmonization we're trying to do here to go and look up in the documentation. And I'm really glad that that our efforts so far now have been put into the HL7 accelerator program, giving it a bit more muscle, so that we also get, I expect that we get even more eyes on the material we have produced so far. So it will be a pretty, hopefully a very well peer-reviewed setup we'll end up with.
All right. I'm ready on my side.
All right.
Let me share my screen now.
That would be great.
Okay.
Sorry for the fuss. New computer, new problem.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
It's okay.
you know.
A little bit of adrenaline doesn't matter that much, but
Right.
the floor is yours. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, and take it to full screen. Yeah, so e-labeling, and I'll start correcting myself here from Packardin's note. This, I'll focus on package leaflets, because that is what we, at least one of the very important focus points we have in Gravitate, and making an API-based approach being what Fackardin mentioned about coding, being able to extract content, having it structured so that we can actually represent it on multiple different devices, keeping the content coherent and the same, while the presentation of it may differ. Okay, first slide. Okay, so Gravitate-Health, the goals we have in Gravitate-Health, or the mission you could say, is to equip and empower citizens. We would like to make it easier for citizens to navigate in a digital world where information on medicine comes electronically, and we would really like to make that journey as easy as possible, and conveying information in the best possible way. Our vision, of course, is the long-term perspective, is to increase reliability, relevance, and making information more understandable across different regions and across different needs. We really would like to engage more into citizens. It could also actually end up becoming a valuable feedback channel, which I guess currently does not exist with the current paper-based formats. And yeah, the ambition is, of course, to be able to provide a key piece of advance to the already mentioned vision. We would like to develop this concept that we call the G lens, which essentially is a is a setup where we enhance or augment already existing information. Sorry, where we already, so we would like to enhance it in using data already present from, for instance, your health, or not, for instance, actually your health record, because that would provide valuable feedback into what is of certain importance when you read a package leaflet. Yeah, next slide. Yes. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so one of the goals, oh, that was 1 to 4. So one of the goals of Gravitate-Health, you could say, our vision here is to be able to actually craft this kind of lens that we can put up on a package leaflet. But in order to get there, we need to have a strong standard, strong enough that can for the lens on the package leaflets, so that we can use it across continents. Actually, we need to have a standard that is well structured and well understood in order for us to enhance pieces of it coherently and in a safe manner. And in essence, of course, the key objective is to support patients and citizens in a range of different user scenarios. So we are really focusing on putting life, if it ever ended in package leaflet, we are definitely focusing on putting it back or digitalizing it and using it in new ways, not just making paper to PDFs in essence. Next slide. And one of the ways of achieving this is of course to focus on how do we build a standard that is strong enough and using the tools at hand. And for that we have chosen to use HL7 Fire, the latest version of HL7 information models and data exchange models. And we have put it out there in the open, this implementation guide that we have built. And implementation guides is well, it's a general concept, but in HL7 and especially in regards to Fire, it comes down to how you apply a Fire model, which essentially, as Juan also mentioned, in essence, it's just XML or JSON, but the how you apply it, how you use Fire is a model that is so it is generic in a sense. It has taken down roughly 160 concepts from the healthcare domain and modeled each of these 160 parts that then sort of represent almost a coherent setup of what different digital entities you would encounter in an IT setup out there in the domain. So the implementation guide, and especially for Gravitate-Health here, focuses on the few set of roughly between 20 to 15 different resources of those 160 resources that encompass the data model needed to represent package leaflets. So that is essentially what you see a snap of here. It's out there freely available and in the open, and definitely not done. It's a process, and we are, you could say, we're just getting started, but we are building a model here in collaboration with entities, have great communication channels with the EMA and FDA, and we're basically trying to collect all the information that has already been gathered out there. Next slide. Yes. So you could say the implementation guide that we built models the package leaflet, and it combines the needs, you could say, from regulatory offices or institutions being able to say, this is what we would like whenever we get a product on the market. This is how we would like it documented. That's one side of it. The other side of it is, of course, well, if we already have it well structured and digitalized, it might just as well fit directly into the needs of end users, the persons out there, our patients. So it actually serves two different purposes, and by that we help to be able to help and assist and welcome feedback from different vendors, pharmaceutical vendors, the agency bodies out there, and basically building a model that is vendor neutral in its format. Yeah, next slide. So what you see here is the lens that Catherine briefly presented. This is actually the conceptual vision, you could say, about the lens, the G lens. In the center, you have the structured information, the packet information leaflet, and what you have around it is actually the context of the patient, you could say. And it's the context of the patient, the different already existing medications, allergies, conditions, and lifestyle that helps the lens focus on what could or should be highlighted in the product information leaflet. So we already have existing apps out there in the market, readily available for end users that can scan pharmaceutical products and have some information. But we really would like to add this context around it. So also bringing information into the leaflet saying, well, this sort of section is. So right now we at least in the European leaflets, we have a section for breastfeeding that is that must be present, I think. I'm not a regulatory officer, so I'm skating on thin ice here, but I seem to recall that there's this section, and it's fine. It's presented now in narrative text. It's human interpretable, but what we actually need is the structure that Gravitate talked about. We need inlined in the code that is connected to this piece of narrative information that this regards breastfeeding. And well, if you had in your medical record that you were breastfeeding, might be a bad example. Sorry for that. But then we would be able to highlight that sort of information. And the information, the context around the G-Lens here is where we actually drag on other HL7 standards. This is information that we have not. It's not entirely done yet. We're barely getting started. But modeling the context, you could say, the basically your personal health record. That data already exists in two other HL7 implementation guides, being the IPS International Patient Summary and IPA International Patient Access, highly related, both of those standards. And they actually, so if you bring both the medical record and the leaflet, then you're able to make this lens trajectory. Then you can actually focus using the record, focus that on the leaflet. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, so Gravitate-Health project, at least the implementation guide, is now going to transition into an accelerator, HL7 accelerator program, and thereby we hope to be able to bring a first-class international standard on e-labeling. And we probably, sorry for using the term e-labeling, Birgit. But yeah, we'll get an international standard that can help vendors as well as regulatory officers on basically have a standard ready at hand that can be used for evaluating content and presenting content. And of course, we piggyback on existing work done at also Unicom, focusing on having consistent identifiers. Yeah, next slide. So the current status, we are continuously collecting input from agencies and talking to to both EMA and FDA, and you could say the content of the IG, we have, as Catherine said, we have around 45 different participants within Gravitate or participating organizations. So you would say the implementation guide is built in sort of a public-private partnership. We have both vendors, pharmaceutical vendors. We have Pfizer running co-lead on it, and we have Norwegian regional authorities on board, also doing a lot of work. And there are lots of people and agencies and organizations I haven't mentioned, but I'm just saying it's really a public-private partnership. And one of the things we have already encountered is, of course, when you start coding, stuff needs to, well, contents needs to be very specific. And luckily we are using the standard called FIRE that doesn't force you necessarily to be point exactly on everything. And it's also, while it can help you do that, it can also aid you in saying, well, this and this attribute, these and these elements shouldn't be narrowed down entirely. And that is actually what we need, because we know the terminology, how you code and mark up items in these in these kind of data structures. They are not coherent across the globe. We know that you mark or code up elements of different sections in the US using one specific set of code systems, and you do another in EU, and you do another in China or Japan. So we know we cannot be coherent on all the points, but we can at least narrow down those where we cannot be coherent and find common ground and say, well, this is a section where we need national or interregional appendices.
Mm-hmm. Jens, would you please wrap up because we are running a little bit late?
Yeah, sure. So we're just taking to the last slide then. Yeah, next. Okay. So I'll just mention the two prototypes. We are currently prototyping this, at least the structured. We have now prototyped the structured part in Denmark, seeing if the FIRE models can actually, if they work and can present product information or package leaflet information and be rendered in a consistent manner. And we have prototyped that in Denmark. Seems definitely the way forward. And in Norway, they have started from the other end, actually conceptualizing, prototyping the GLANs, starting to highlight elements and see how that can be done. So I would say future is prosperous. We have a lot of work to do, but definitely structured e-labeling is the way to go. Yeah. I'll stop it there.
Okay, so let me check one question we had from earlier. It was from Fakradin, but I think it fits with you as well. The question is, do we need to have a specific app to reading the coded information?
So the entire, you could say one of the takeaways using standards is, you could say, no, you don't need a specific app because it's an open standard. So you can make your own app and you can interpret it. But I'm pretty sure that most people here would agree that that's not the way forward, because this is trusted information, and you could say that you should, first of all, you only use apps that you trust, but we probably also need some sort of authorization process for being able to say, yes, you can render the information, because now we are actually taking the content out and out of a piece of paper and would like to represent it different places, but we would also like to know that it is presented correctly and we don't have elements that are left out. So in essence, you could say the data model will be open, so anyone can build an app, but whether it's a good idea, that's another question.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jens, for presenting a little bit the progress on the implementation guide. Maybe we could also highlight that other parties can join this effort. It's an open effort, and we welcome users, we welcome regulators, we welcome companies to join the effort and shape the standard as we move forward. I would like to suggest that we take a few minutes break now to stretch, 5 minutes, and we will be back. Don't go away. We will be back in 5 minutes with the presentation of Lan Chen, which is on intelligent pharmacy promoting the rational use of drugs. That would be in 5 minutes, 9:44 local time here in Europe. And for China, excuse me, let me get my notes here.
At 3:45.
3:44 or 45, yes. Don't go away. We'll be back with more. Thank you. 4 minutes. As we are waiting in this break, Professor Chen, could we do a quick check on the sound and sharing the screen?
Hello, Catherine. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes. We cannot hear Professor Chen, though.
You are looking for Professor Lan Zhang, right? Okay.
Yes.
She's
yeah, I see here connected.
Probably she need to open her
microphone.
And, yeah. Let me check with her.
In the meantime, Kathleen, unfortunately, Dr. Wang will not be able to join the session. She might be able to join that panel. So, because of her emergency. So the Jason will present the whole slide. Okay, if she could join the panel, that would be great. Yep.
Yep, it would be awesome. All right. Let's see if Professor Chen can share her screen.
I think Professor Lan Zhang is in. Her mic is on now. Hi, Professor Zhang. How are you?
Hi.
Yeah.
Who's speaking? Yang Zhi, yeah. Professor Yang.
Yes.
But
yeah.
I cannot see your picture.
I cannot see my face. Okay, I forgot to open my
camera.
My camera is in different place. Okay.
All right, we can see you now.
This gentlewoman is Catherine Kornacki, the president of the European Federation of the Medical Informatics. And of course, Professor Lan Zhang is a professor in the Jianghu Hospital, is a very established you will introduce her later, yeah.
Thank you. Could we do a quick check of you sharing your screen, your slides, maybe? Professor
Yes, maybe I will share the slide of mine.
Yeah.
Now or later?
Yes, it works. Yes, it works. And we are
Okay,
right
great.
on time. So my co-chair, Rie Matsui, will take over to introduce the speakers from China. Rie, I'm very happy to relate to you.
Thank you. So let's get started the second part. So we have excellent 3 speakers from China. So the first, let me introduce the first keynote. Let me introduce the keynote speaker, Dr. Lan Zhang. She is the Vice Director of National Clinical Test Organization for Medication, Chair for China Alliance Pharmaceutical Federation. She is a researcher, supervisor of postgraduate, the director of Department of Pharmacology. She won Hospital of Capital Medical University. She received the PhD of Pharmacology, Master of the Hospital Pharmacy Administration, and she studied Harvard Medical School and received postdoctorate in 2007 to 2009. So she will speak about intelligent pharmacy promoting the rational use of drug. So it's very honor for us to have Dr. Lan Zhang. Could you please get started? Over to you.
Thanks very much for the introduction of the Rin. Yeah.
Yes.
Rin.
Yes.
And also very thanks for the organization of this conference. I'm from Chen Hospital, Capital Medical University. I think in China, a lot of big hospital like Chen, we build up the intelligent pharmacy to promote rational use of drugs. And today I'm very glad to share some information about intelligent pharmacy development in China with all of the audience. Here we mentioned intelligent pharmacy. What is intelligent pharmacy? Not only the machine, but also I think some software or some very advanced technology such as big data, cloud computing, AI, and blockchain, and internet related things. But all of these advanced technologies to support the key role of pharmacy in hospital, including drug supplement, pharmacy management, and pharmaceutical care, and so on. So in brief conclusion, intelligent pharmacy, that is a way to support the advance of hospital pharmacy and to promote the development of intelligent pharmacy. Not only our hospital, in our opinion, we should lay the establishment of China Intelligent Pharmaceutical Agency, CIPA, and to promote the intelligent pharmacy all over the country. So in our 8 alliance, there are more than 200 member units, including 150 medical institutions, 50 universities, scientific research institutions, and other internet technology companies. The goal of our CIPA to build a full process informational and intelligent solution for hospital pharmacy. So from the technology update from the technology level, intelligent pharmacy, including a lot of new and advanced technologies such as drug procurement and distribution system, intelligent drug dispensing equipment, but also including some software in intelligent review of the prescription, intelligent early warning system, intelligent ward inspection, the patient's guidance system, and smart supervision of the drug using, and other internet pharmaceutical care system. But in my opinion, intelligent pharmacy not only technology level, but also the concept level. So intelligent pharmacy in China, from information or informatization to automation and then to fine management. From information development, we in the hospital we have a software named HES system, including purchase, sales, and inventory of the drugs. And then we have the automation equipment to develop the efficiency of our pharmacy. And at last, we hope to arrive the goal of fine management in all of the pharmacy system in the hospital. Besides technology advance, concept promotion, diagnosis and treatment mode update or development is also involved in intelligent pharmacy, especially COVID-19 in 2020. Most of the big hospitals in China, we developed the internet diagnosis and treatment service function, including our hospital. And we put all of the health service, health care from offline to online, and extend our health care out of hospital, including, so all of the online service, health service here, and among them, drug distribution or drug prescription preview and the distribution is the important part of the internet healthcare. Now I will review some the key points of the intelligent pharmacy in the hospital in China, including in our Chen hospital. The first part is drug procurement and logistic distribution, and we have the SPD software to support drug supply chain management mode, and using SPD, we put all of the drugs into our hospital intelligently, and we also have the other smart pharmacy instruments such as electronic pharmaceutical system (EPS) to make the position of all of the drugs very accurately with electro management and barcode scanning and so on. And the second part of the intelligent pharmacy in the hospital is drug dispensing and supply instruments, such as all of the machines here. They are intelligent medicine equipment in outpatient, from sign-in, from dispensing and consulting. That is outpatient equipment. That here is the emergency pharmacy. They also have the intelligent drug equipment, but a little bit different with outpatient equipment. And this is the intelligent drug equipment in federal pharmacy. You know what is federal pharmacy? That is also related with COVID-19. After COVID-19, in federal outpatient clinic, we have the federal pharmacy, specific federal pharmacy for that kind of patient. That is a self-service pharmacy, can provide an overall solution for the relatively single type of drugs and small amount of prescription in that kind of diseases. And then this kind of instrument, intelligent instrument, will provide safer and more efficiency service. And that is automatic drug dispensing in inward, that is inpatient pharmacy. I think this is a single dose of oral drug dispensing equipment. And in ward pharmacy for the inpatient, that is the intelligent dispensing robot, and that is not oral, that is injection. And this not only dispensing, but also distribution. Intelligent equipment is very important. So there are different equipment for intelligent distribution in the world, such as international robot, rail logistics, and pneumatic logistics. That is in the world. Each world we can put intelligent machines, intelligent check machine in each world. That is the drug intelligent access cabinet. It's also a part of intelligent pharmacy. The third part of intelligent pharmacy in the hospital in China, they are smart pharmaceutical care. Not only the equipment, not only the software, but intelligent pharmacy should focus on the care, including intelligent check the prescription and to improve the rationality of the drugs. That is an online preview system of prescription. And now we can increase the rationality of the prescription and also increase the efficiency of the preview. Not only reviewing of the prescription, but also intelligent early warning to ensure drug safety is very important. Here in our hospital, we have the clinical decision support CDSS and drug risk warning system to promote the drug safety intelligently. And this is the warning of drug-induced adverse event. Here is the measurement trends. Here is the drug trends, and then intelligent pharmacy can match all of the trends, and then toward drug-induced adverse events. And here is the automatic connection to ADR reporting system if they are the real drug-induced adverse events. Now, this intelligent guidance promote drug companies, especially for the inpatient, but they will leave the hospital and outpatient in the clinic. And here is the barcode or to call to get the information, electronic information about drug. Now this is after 2020, we have internet plus pharmaceutical care process. I think that is offline to online. So we call it O2O. That means all offline pharmaceutical service are can be operated online. And we also developed the pharmaceutical care system 3.0. That means all of the chronic diseases, medication management from the internet, we can provide more intelligent drug care. All of the intelligent pharmacy before are increasing the rational use of drug in China in our hospital, but I think in future, now the progress of intelligent pharmacy in China will be as followed, such as we put the Internet Diagnosis and Treatment Regional Pharmaceutical Service Center in future. That means before in our hospital, Internet intelligent pharmaceutical care that is offline to online, but in future maybe offline merge online. How to merge? That is a complete internet medical and pharmaceutical service systems standardize and promote, and at last we hope to realize the homogeneity of regional pharmaceutical care. You know, in China, we are very, very big country, and the development of the different regions are imbalance. You rich regions such as Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, but we also have some poor countryside such as Guizhou, Ningxia, and other provinces. How to realize the same healthcare or similar healthcare in China? Maybe the similar drug or pharmaceutical care first be maybe a good choice. And So I think maybe this picture is a little bit complicated, but in summarize, that it means something we can use intelligent pharmacy or intelligent technology, that is, including online system, but still some healthcare or pharmaceutical care, we cannot only online, we need offline. But offline also can increase the intelligent content in offline pharmaceutical services. Now we will take as an example, regional prescription review center. Here, medical islands such as Chen Hospital, we can be a center in Xicheng district. You know, in Beijing, their Xicheng district and Dongcheng district, we are two districts at the key points or the key parts of Beijing. In Xicheng district, there are 15 community services. We also in Xicheng, we also have some big hospital, community hospital, and health insurance pharmacy. For all of the outpatient clinical or outpatient clinic, outpatient pharmaceutical care, we can build up a regional prescription review center. And hospital, Chen Hospital, we are the regional prescription reviewer. And with the help of the review prescription system, we can review all of the prescription, outpatient prescription in community hospital in Xicheng district. Then we can make the similar prescription review level for all of the prescription in Xicheng district. What means? We also take an example. We make a first pilot regional healthcare center in Xicheng district, and we also think that is the first one in China. This center we collaborate with Baizhifang Community Health Care Center in Xicheng district. And this is Baizhifang Community Health Center. This is Chen Hospital. We take a lot of meetings together to communicate how to build up this center. And at last, we built up it successfully. We set up the system, the prescription review system in Baizhifang Community Health Center. It's same as in Chen Hospital. And if the doctors in community center make the prescription, the system, intelligent regional drug review system will review the prescription first. And if the system think it's not right, will feed back to doctor in community health center. If doctor corrected, it's okay. system will put this prescription to dispensing. If the doctor didn't correct this wrong prescription or not correct prescription, this prescription will upload to the machine, computer machine in the center, and the pharmacist in Chen hospital will review this prescription again. And if we put some suggestion to correct this prescription, usually the doctors in community center will follow our guidance to correct it. But usually the doctors in community health center will think the audit, the guidance or the suggestion from a big hospital, even from the pharmacist in a big hospital, that is easier than follow the suggestion from the pharmacist in community center. When we, I think we have put all of this system of this services from the big hospital to community hospital to build up regional cloud pharmaceutical center for more than 1 year. And this is some data to show up the regional drug use of the prescription, regional drug use behavior of the doctors in community center. So at last, we think intelligent pharmacy is one of the tools to promote safety and regional drug use at present stage. And the new medical reform situation in China, the hospital pharmacy will transfer our role in all of the healthcare system. But rational drug use and safety is always the role of the pharmacist and always our goals of the intelligent pharmacy in China. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lan Zhan, for that excellent presentation and a very insightful presentation. So yeah, I did understand that the most up-to-date intelligent pharmacy is very, very important in the future. So thank you again. So the floor, if you have any questions, could you please post in the Q&A chat? So it is interesting time. So maybe we can take any question for Dr. Lan Zhan at the panel discussion. So thank you again, Dr. Lan Zhan, for your excellent presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Rin, and see you later.
Thank you. Okay, so let me introduce the next speaker. Let's see, I'm sharing my desktop. So the next speaker. Actually, it was planned to have the core speakers, but because of the emergency, Dr. Wenya Yang cannot be able to join this presentation. So the next speaker is Jason Chen. He is the team lead of International Labeling Group at Pfizer. He is mainly supporting a regional labeling lead with labeling related strategy development implementation. He is also supporting the regulatory colleagues with required labeling updates across APAC market in company. Before joining Pfizer as labeling expert, he managed various regulatory activities in other multinational pharmaceutical in China. So in China, by regulation, there is only one labeling document approved for a drug. This package insert is supposed to be used by both healthcare professional and the indicated patient. However, there is always PI-related inquiries and complaints from the patient. To know the overall feedback, online survey was designed and conducted in China. So totally 7,000 subjects' responses were collected. In this presentation, he is going to share some of the survey results. So over to you, Jason.
Yeah, thank you, Ria. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen well?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. Yeah, my name is Jason, as mentioned by Ria. So yeah, originally we may have another co-speaker from Beijing Tsinghua Chang'an Hospital, who is Wenya, Dr. Wang. But unfortunately, she has some other urgencies, so she cannot join us in this presentation. She may join us at the panel discussion, hopefully. Yeah. Okay, so my presentation will consist of the 3 parts. The first part regarding the China PI, some regulation highlights, and the second point is regarding our complete survey, which is regarding the PI, China PI in general, Chinese general population. And the last part is regarding the future plans, which we will start soon with the partnership with the Tsinghua University. Yeah, so regarding China PI, so I think it also has been mentioned in the first presentation by Ria. So in China, there is only one regulated labeling document. So if you are from China, so you should have the experience. We just have one label, and that label is quite long sometimes, especially for the prescription products. And we know that in that China PI, it consists a lot of information. Most of the contents are written in professional terms. And that document is supposed to be used by both healthcare professionals as well as patients, general populations. Till now, there is no specific labeling document for patients in China. But we know that in some other major markets, the patient-specific labeling documents is already quite usual there. Yeah. And on the other hand, currently the approved labeling are not widely published centrally by the health authority, except for the vaccine. So in vaccine, we know that there is a new regulation from 2019 or 2020. And for the vaccines, the current labels are published now in the NMPA, the health authority website. But for the others, they are rarely published outside in the health authority website or company website at all. And based on the China drug regulation law, the paper label is required in the commercial pack. And till now, for the e-labeling, the e-labeling regulation hasn't been issued at the national level. However, we can see in one of the province, there is a kind of a regulation which allows to use the QR code to link to the electronic labeling. Yeah, but that is the only pilot we know ever. Yeah. Yeah, that's the regulation part. Move on to our study with Tsinghua University. So yeah, actually we know there is some concerns, or there is some challenges over there regarding China PI. And to better understand the behavior and the concerns in using this China PI, we planned or designed this 17 question surveys. Yeah, this survey was supported by the Tsinghua volunteer group, as well as the Tsinghua Beijing Tsinghua Chang'an Hospital affiliated to the Tsinghua University. Yeah, so the survey was mainly completed in Shenzhen and Beijing, two sites. And this is the questions distributions. So basically, the questionnaire consists of 3 parts. One is the demographic data from the users or responders. And the second part is the feedback around the current PI. So, for example, whether they will read the PI or not. We know the PI is in the pack, but do they read that or not? And whether they understand that or not. And the last part is regarding the feedback around the future PI. So there will be electronic labeling, right? We know that there are some pilots in outside in worldwide, but in future in China there will be. So we also wanted to know what their feedback. And regarding that survey, the survey was completed in 2021. It takes 2 months. We used the online survey tool, which is called Wenjuanxing, a local survey tool. And as mentioned, the survey was mainly completed in Beijing and Shenzhen. In Beijing site, the Beijing Tsinghua Hospital was the main site, and Shenzhen was coordinated by the volunteer groups. The survey, total response survey is around 7,000. And we finally used around 6,931 responses for the final analysis. And the survey was almost 100% completed via the WeChat. So WeChat is one of the popular instant chat tool in China. So the responder or the volunteer will go to scan the QR code to that survey and complete the survey in the WeChat. One more thing is that Beijing is almost in the northern China. Shenzhen is in the southern China. So yeah, we choose these 2 sites to supposed to cover most of the populations or samples. Until now, the analysis is still ongoing, because the number is quite huge. And in this presentation, I may just present some of the selected data, which was related to the e-label, or there are some behaviors of the using PIs. And further results will be published in future. So then, I may go through this survey data. The first several slides were regarding the demographic data. The first one is responsive by the gender. So in both sites, the most responses come from the females, around like 80% of the response come from the females. And by age, we can know in Beijing site, most of the response come from the elder volunteers, which is around age 50 and above. In Shenzhen site, most response, like 80% of the response comes from the middle-aged people, which is from age 25 to 64. Yeah, so there are some slightly difference around the response by age. If we look into the data by education level, so we can see around 40% of the response come from the higher education level, which is a university level. And then in lower, it decreased by the education level. Yeah, and both sides, the percentage or the trend is quite similar. In Shenzhen is around 46, in Beijing is 37. And by the occupation, so yeah, we checked whether they have the occupation in medicine or not. So obviously, around 95% of the response come from the general population in both sides. Yeah, the response from the HCPs are quite lower. And then move on to the data analysis. So yeah, today I just wanted to present some of the data. The first one is whether the users, they will read the current paper label or not. So this is the response level by region, Shenzhen site or Beijing site. You can see the trend is quite similar. Most of the users, they will read the current PI, like in Beijing around 80%, more than 80%. In Shenzhen is higher, 91% the user, they will read the PI. And if we analysis the data by the like the subgroups, like by the gender, by the age, or education level, or occupations, we can see there is a difference. There is a major difference. So no matter which subgroups they are, so they will read the PI. The percentage in read the PI is quite higher, or significantly different from the others who are not reading the PI. Yeah, then move on to the next question, whether they will really understand the PI or not. So this is the data by region. So we can see majority of the response shows that they can understand the label. Like 70% of the response, they say that they can understand most of the part. Yeah, the similar thing in Shenzhen, there's around 70%. They said they can understand most of the part of the label. Yeah, and if we pull the data and analysis by the education level, then we can see the higher the users who have the higher education level, they can understand the PI more than the lower education levels. So there is a trend, right? That education seems to help improve the understanding of the PI. And if we so this is the understanding. So there is a trend. And then the last question, the other question is whether what's the preferred PI type by the users. So this is the data by region. So we can see the blue bar is for they prefer the electronic only PI, and then light blue part means that they prefer the paper only PI, and the green part which means that they prefer both electronic and paper label. So based on this, we can see around half of the response, they are actually in favor of both types. So which means that the electronic version is also acceptable, right? Is also almost comparable with the paper only responses. If we pull the data and assess by the education level, so we can see with the level, the higher education level, they accept the electronic PI more. Yeah, so there is a proportional relationship between this electronic favor responses and the education level. Yeah, but if we assess the data by the age, so we can see the older people, they more prefer the paper labels more, but the younger people, they will prefer the electronic papers more. Yeah, so more people will accept the electronic version in the younger users group. Yeah, so this is my last analysis data. So we also will ask about the expectations for the future electronic PI. So then that's the free text answers. So we collected the keyword from all the responses. So among all the responses, the understand, easy, simple, and font are the top 4 keywords, so which are maybe mentioned about for around 100 times in among all the responses. So I think that's representing their focus. If there is really an electronic PI. So in the future, if we wanted to develop the electronic PI in China, then I think it will better to find a solution to meet all these keywords. Then that will be easily be accepted by the Chinese population. Yeah, so that's the analysis of the survey data. And then my last part is regarding the future plan studies. So yeah, we will continue the studies in partnership with the Tsinghua University. And then there are two remaining parts. One is the readability and understanding improvement test. So we plan to develop a kind of a new patient PI, which is specific to the patient, similar to the EU PIL. And then we will do some readability testing to check whether that PI really improve the understanding in Chinese population. And then we'll further do analysis by the different parameters like age, education level, or health literacies. And on the other hand, we also develop a electronic version of the PIL, the patient label. And based on that, we will complete the satisfaction and preference survey to know whether they appreciate that new electronic version of PI. Yeah, so that's the future studies. And yeah, that's my this is my last slide. Yeah, I just want to say thanks to every team members in this project from Tsinghua or from Pfizer teams. Yeah, yeah, that's
Thank
all
you,
from my end. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason, for that the great presentation, and then very, very interesting the survey result. So when the e-labeling and the patient-centric labeling is discussed in China, this result will be useful, I believe. Plus, looking forward to the future pilot study. Thank you very much. So the audience, if you have questions, could you please post in that Q&A chat? We will take your question at the end of that panel discussion. Okay, so let me introduce our last speaker. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let me introduce our last speaker, Kitty Chen. Kitty is Vice President of Clinical Research at Medlife. She has 15 years clinical research experience with expertise of clinical development, project management, clinical operation, quality management, and training. Currently, she leads the cross-functional clinical development team, including clinical operation, medical team, DM and BIOS, patient recruitment, and patient management team. Her company utilized that deep understanding of 310 million doctors in past 26 years, create new module about digitalized patient management. So she will share that process and experience sharing about the digitalized and integrated doctor and patient management. Over to you, Kitty.
And thank you for this introduction. And thank you for this opportunity to share our methodology as well as our experience about how to deliver this integrated doctor and patient management. And one of the core elements of the integrated doctor and patient management is to identify the right doctor to the right clinical trial, as well as to recommend the clinical trial to the doctor with high interest and capability. And our AI engine enables us to have the deep and robust understanding of more than 3 million doctors in our platform based on the doctor portrait. We create each doctor portrait and based on the codes and health flag. Doctor's code flag means doctor's information not changing long term. For example, doctor's name, the hospital of this doctor, as well as the location and the major of this doctor. And the hot flag means coming from doctor's behavior on our platform. For example, the therapeutic guideline, academic article, as well as the medical news the doctor read recently. how could we have this deep understanding of each doctor, and how we analyze tens of thousands of millions medical material generated every day. Medlife have the biggest China medical language database. We have a biggest guideline database, and the monthly page review rate is 240 million in the Medlife medical medium. We use this medical language database to create a language model. We set 3 to 5 flags to each medical material. And then we use our own AI agent to compare doctor's portrait with the medical materials flag. And then we deliver the medical material to the doctor with interest. And doctor will receive totally customized medical material to satisfy his learning needs. How we utilize doctor's portrait in clinical research and commercialization. First, we use the AI algorithm to recommend investigator to sponsor based on study-specific requirements. Second, we match doctor with the medical information. Third, we track and analyze doctor's academic experience and give a research recommendation. In addition, we use our doctor's portrait to deliver the evidence-based drug promotion to the doctor. Here is the example of a doctor's portrait. First, we create a full picture of this doctor's behavior in our platform. For example, this doctor reads which article in our literature system, what kind of the academic meeting this doctor attends. And then we create doctor's portrait. And for example, this is a doctor from the Beijing Cancer Hospital and major in oncology. And this doctor key on cutting edge progress of oncology. And then we understand the reading preference of this doctor is to reading the medical article in each evening time. And then we will deliver the late break abstract of the article to his app he usually uses in each evening to deliver this information he interested. And here is how we utilize our integrated patient doctor management. The foundation of the doctor and patient management is to satisfy the needs of both the doctor and the patient. What's the needs of the doctor? They need the support from the professional team to give better management of his patients. And this will help our doctor have better reputation in the patient group. In addition, doctor needs the support from the professional team to give the training to his patients. In addition, they also want the data from the patient can support the investigator-initiated trial. And what's the needs from patient? Patient want to have better interaction with their responsible physician. Patient-centric education and care is also highly needed. And they want not only the drug information, as well as the training about lifestyle and the disease education about the disease. And the other key elements of the doctor and the patient management is to improve doctors' cognition. And then the doctor will give education to patients to create patients' right disease cognition. Here is an example of Here is an example about how we improve patients' treatment compliance by this integrated doctor and patient management. And first, we to create this relationship, and the doctor will give the training to patient about diagnosis, drug adjustment, and as well as the disease knowledge. And the patient will understand how the importance of correct medication, and to create the trust with a doctor. And also the patient will learn how to cooperate with physician in treatment and daily care. We also to invite a patient by the e-consent to the patient group, so the patient can join the training education meeting, as well to learn the article about lifestyle behavior, the article about the nutrition, as well as the treatment. And the patient creates the reading habits and keep learning from the doctor as well as the patient group. By this way, the expected follow-up rate in guideline is 100%. The baseline, the follow-up rate is 31%. And after the 12 months of patient management, the follow-up rate has increased from 31 to 69. In addition, we also cite high importance to the public education. We invite our therapeutic KOL to give literature to patients. We also invite patient representatives to share their story. This will encourage and to help benefit tens of thousands of patients in China. And here is the experience. And any questions, we are happy to share during the Q&A session and after this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kitty, for that great presentation. Really appreciate. So we have, thank you. So we have an interesting time. So let's move to the panel discussion. Kathleen?
Yes, I'd like to join Ria in saying how interesting the presentations have been today and how important. And without further ado, I would like to first share my screen. Actually, there is one question that we will cover them all together. So let me give the floor to my partner in crime for from the European side, Lars Linskolt, who will coordinate the discussion. Lars has been instrumental in promoting our event in Sweden, and thank you very much, and the innovation agency, Vinnova. He is a regional development at the Department of Digitization at the region of Västra Gotland. He's a senior advisor for AI innovation in Sweden and board member of the RAI, Umeå University, a health data expert at the Swedish Innovation Agency. He is part of the Swedish Association for Medical Informatics, serving as the secretary, and he also serves as the institution member officer of EFMI. But above all, he's a great individual, a warmest person, and so supportive. And Lars, please take the floor to lead us in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine, for the nice introduction. I think what you actually said, that Lars is an old man. I've been around for a while, and I just love to be a part of this explosion now. When the borders goes away, we can use artificial intelligence for solve some of the problems, and so on and so on. And it has been a really inspiring morning this for me, to understand and see how much we already have done and how much we can do together to better actually understand how we could use medical products or pharmacy to improve life for a lot of people. I had prepared thousands of questions, but we don't have enough time to take them all, so we will see how we will follow up this. As some questions has been in the chat, and they have been taken care of the presenters and so on. But I was thinking to start with you, Reeve, perhaps. You showed us the landscaping. You show us that it's quite a big difference of how we inform our patient. What is your personal, or what do you think the real physical challenge is now when it comes to label commercial packs in the European Union and China and Japan also? What is the solutions you expect to see in the next 12 or 24 months?
Thank you for that great question, Lars. So let me focus on the patient-centric labeling. So as mentioned in my presentation, in many countries, including China, the patient information leaflet is not required for many products, which I think it is a challenging part, because it will be difficult for patient to understand that healthcare professional labeling, and it will not be helpful for patients if they don't understand that product information. So, on the other hand, if we prepare the pill as a paper, it will be challenging to implement and deliver it in a timely manner. So as a solution, so we can create the pill newly and deliver it in electronic way. That would be probably ideal solution. The challenge is that we should develop the patient-centric labeling so that patient can understand the product information correctly.
Good, thank you. Then I must perhaps ask Kitty and Jens then. This e-labeling approach we have seen and discussed here today, how do you see we can more easily integrate it into mobile services? I think I will start with Jens from Denmark. Do you see the work with the fire protocols and so on as the important key to make it accessible from a mobile perspective?
Definitely, or make it ambiguous, or make it available everywhere. I would say standards forms the base for unlocking that part, making it available on multiple different platforms. But beyond making it available, I guess we also need to look into what we need to change from a cultural perspective, because as was shown in the presentations, not everybody prefer an electronic version. And I get that. I totally get that. But that doesn't remove the need for having information available at the level of where the patient is, whether it's illiteracy or other disabilities. We need to improve how we present information, and also using animations, videos, and so on.
Good. And Kitty, I was so impressed over your presentation, seeing all the steps you have gone through to deliver information to different humans and organizations and so on. Have you missed to have this e-labeling product information available? So would it make your life easier, or do you already have it perhaps?
Yeah, in the COVID-19 environment, the electronic, the solution become very important to the research, and this also to how get the supportive from the China authorization. We the China. China, the Center of Drug Evaluation has released several guidelines to support the patient-centric the technology. And the decentralized clinical research system, DCT, and also to include a D2P into this system. This is a very important element. And one of the core parts of the D2P is the e-label. And in China, we have a tracking code has utilized to all the post-marketing drug. And currently several the vendors has used this the tracking codes into the DTP, so the drug can be tracked from the manufacturer to depot and to site and to patient. So this can to enable the drug can deliver to patients, and even under the COVID-19, the patient can get the treatment.
Perfect, thank you. I reach out to you, Fakhreddin. You really try to explain a lot of the things for us, and I used to say whenever something new is coming on, it's new abbreviations we need to take into account. And listening to this presentation, it was a lot of new abbreviations I wasn't really knowing about. So, what is your thoughts to take away all the confusions here? How will we really support both clinicians and patients to start to understand what they should request and what EPI, EPL, e-labeling, and so on really means?
Thanks. That's a very interesting question indeed. What I think is that let's separate. Let's go to the terminology again and separate the two parts. We are talking about electronic version of the information that we want to disseminate to the users, and that's a biggest part of the problem is about that document, that information. How do we call it? Sometimes we say product information, sometimes we say labeling, sometimes we say labeling and we mean different things. Sometimes we mean the paper which is sticked on the box, sometimes we mean the whole information. So that's the biggest part of the confusion. And if we go beyond that and think that whatever information we want to bring to the end users, we want to have it electronic. Then if we go beyond that terminology, then a lot of confusions are solved. What will not be solved immediately is that to whom we want to bring that information, either to the physicians, to the healthcare professionals that have the higher scientific knowledge, or to the patients, or to the people with not, and then we need to use some patients-friendly terms. In that sense, even the electronic version can help, because as I tried to explain, we should start thinking about pieces of data and not as a whole text. Then if we have those pieces of data, imagine that we have some data we want to share with the healthcare professionals. There are identical terms also for patients, which means the same thing, but patients can understand much easier. Now, if we have those codes connected to each other behind the scene, patients, they don't need to see that, healthcare professionals, they don't see that, but behind the scene, these terms for patients and for healthcare professionals are connected. So seamlessly, even we can create electronic documents for patients without sitting and trying to translate. The computer can do it for us. So even EPI can go in that level, helping us, which is very fantastic if we achieve. I hope we will soon achieve that level.
Perfect, thank you. I I really enjoyed what you were saying, and I used to say that the future of Esperanto is machine learning, because it's just free for everyone. I was also thinking, Johan, you explained for us the work you have done from EMA. You shared a lot about the EPI projects experience, both pros and cons here. And during your talk, I actually texted a lot of my friends and said, "Did you know about this?" And they said yes. So that was good. So it seems that you have succeeded to really introduce this to the European market. But what is your recommendation here? Do you think we can have a international approach here, or will we do it in one way in China, in one way in Europe, and in one way in Asia, and one way in US?
Thank you very much, and I'm really enjoying the discussion. I think it's really interesting and very useful in many ways, as you say, and already is touching about this global concept, because it's true, we have been working in a very regional approach, and already the presentation from Rie was very enlightening in this respect, giving a slice of what's going on at regional level. And the question comes, Lars, I think you're right, we need to consider how we all cooperate together. I think, I don't think so I have a direct answer to that, because what is important is that we all collaborate together. I don't think so we can be, at the beginning we are developing, and I think the approaches are not exactly the same in every region. So it would be very difficult to set such an ambitious goal where we want to all be, let's say, interoperable at global level. But on the other hand, there are so many opportunities, and I think we need to all work together. For example, it's very encouraging to see that the fire is used in many regions. So already this gives a lot of, let's say, opportunities for convergence. So the answer is yes, I think we should try to work for that. And I think that's the way regulators work in every aspect. But I think we need to also allow the differences in each region and the needs in each region, the needs that the patient may have, etc. So I think we need to find a good balance here. But we need to ensure that from the start, we start having some kind of collaboration, and this will be critical. In this respect, I mean, we are already having some contacts at different levels with other regulators, and we hope that we can progress more.
Thank you. Good. I really enjoyed your way of talking about interoperability. I used to translate interoperability in Swedish to say the things in between. And it's the things in between nobody is really interested in. So that's a way we have to work. I would also like to address Professor Lan's presentation. It was just amazing to see how much that was actually in place already. What is your thoughts about the future development in China? What will be the next step, do you think?
Yeah, hi Lars. Thanks for your question.
Yeah, good.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think we are in the globalization world. So I think in the future it should be quite similar. Although, like in China at this moment, we are still in a very early stage for the e-labeling point of view. But analyzed, I think finally it will become to. But I think there should be, as mentioned by Yuan, there should be some difference country by countries, which should be allowed, to better serve the patients in the market.
Good. Perfect. We have now just a few minutes left here, so I will leave the word to Rie and Katrin to close this very interesting workshop, and we will continue 5 minutes past 11 with our next workshop. So please, Katrin and Rie.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank Ria first for this long journey to prepare for this workshop. It has been exciting. For me, I take one last message, and I have many questions, and I really appreciate the material. We will publish the recording and the slides with the permission of the speakers. But I really would like to be able to compare maybe in the future how patients and health professionals perceive EPI and how we play between paper and electronic and different forms. So this is probably one piece of collaboration we can bring forward. And we welcome all the speakers and the participants that are interested in participating to contact me or Ria and make this happen, perhaps for the next MIE Congress, where Lars will be the top and the leader. Yeah. So many thanks to everyone, and stay tuned for the next steps. Very, very grateful. Bye-bye. Lars, to you, I think.
Thank you. And with that, I say goodbye to you that has been participating in this session, and I welcome the one that will be with me in the next session. You are already as panelists included here. C would like to say something?
Yeah, I do. I really wanted to thank you so much for everyone, especially Kathleen. And I do hope to see you all next year in person. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
Okay.
Really, really useful. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. See you in Gothenburg.
So Fredrik, you didn't join me at Vinnova. You will be on a distance.
Yes, I'm sorry. I had to help my mother-in-law get injections into her eyes at St. Erik. Yeah.
Great. So at least we
Lars.
have.
I'm
Good morning, Mayu. Perfect.
Hi.
I think we are in good control. Or would you like to test, Fredrik, to see if you can share the screen and share your images?
I will do so. Let's see.
We have had some minor problem with screen sharing, so.
Oh.
There you go.
Now it's happening something perfect.
And I'll put
it in presentation mode.
Exactly. Can you still see it?
It's reading in. Yes, perfect.
Good.
Great. And let's see who will be the next presenter.
That will be Professor Mingzi Li. Professor Li, but I don't see her up.
She's not here.
Yeah, I don't see her yet.
Okay, I will test my own presentation here also to see if it works.
Probably, I see her students, Yiwu, is online. Probably he can contact her and have her get online.
Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Yes.
But they are in the presentation mode or not in? Can you see them now in presentation mode? Perfect.
Yep.
It's always interesting when you have many screens. Where will it appear? And we also have Yiwu. Yes, welcome, Yiwu. Can you hear us? Would you like to test your microphone and share your presentation?
Is Yiwu here?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's here. Yeah, he's here.
Okay.
Actually, Professor Mingzi Li, she has difficulty to log in. I asked her to log in through the browser, so probably she can log in soon. Yeah, she's working on it.
Okay.
Okay. What about Sasha? Would you like to test your microphone and your
Yes.
slides?
Sasha, you can turn on your microphone and try to share your screen to see if it works. I saw she's online. Sasha, are you online?
We couldn't hear you either.
Right.
So it might be.
Now Yi is in. He opened the account. Yi, can you show your face?
Yeah, I can. Could you hear me?
Yes,
yeah.
Perfect.
There he is.
We can see you.
Okay.
See
Okay.
you now?
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
Would you like to share your presentation and see if it works?
Okay. I try it.
Okay. Yeah, Yi is
Okay.
in.
I think
Okay.
Lars need to turn off your screen sharing so you can share.
It's on still screen sharing. Oh my God.
Yeah,
How do
you
I
are
do
still
that?
on.
Hi, Fred.
Hello.
Is that off now?
Yeah, it's off now.
Perfect. Thank you, Miu. I didn't see that.
Okay.
You can show your slide. That's fine. If you can present. Can you share the slide PPT?
Okay. Okay. I find that.
Do you need help, Professor Mingzi?
Yeah, I now it have here, but the link is not work. I don't understand.
Are you with Professor Mingzi now in the sentence?
Yeah, I just.
Okay, I think we start the workshop and we will solve these problems during the way here. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone here with us today. It's a pleasure to be introducing this workshop on diabetes 1 and how we can collaborate about that. I will show you some screenshots here. I hope you can see my screen. I will put it in presentation mode also. So, as you can see, it's quite fascinating that it's just 100 years ago that we found the insulin as a treatment for patients with diabetes. So it's really not a long time. My wife's sister's mother is 106 years. It was actually born before insulin was invented. So that's quite amazing. What we will do today is to give a state of the art when it comes to research, but also on innovation, and also with the focus perhaps a little bit about the patient view about living with diabetes and what can be solved with that. Let's see if I can change the image here. Together with me, I have Yu, that is an assistant professor at the School of Nursing in China. You can read about herself here. I don't read it up. We have been working together with this workshop now for a couple of weeks, and it has been interesting to learn to know Yu better and to see all the work that is done already in China about this. And it's actually many years ago, I had a good discussion on how do we treat a Swede in China for diabetes, and how do we treat Chinese in Sweden for diabetes. And if you have been following the previous session we had also about pharmacy, it seems that we are getting the word closer together, and that's an interesting part. Today we will, we have a very interesting program, but unfortunately, you can see that we were hit by Corona here in Sweden again. So Cassandra, that was making her speech with us, couldn't really be on virtual. She's sick in high fever. And my Malin Galdeforster, my patient that took her master this spring, obviously she got a new fantastic job, and that job started off today with a kickoff. And I couldn't really say you shouldn't be on the kickoff, you should be presenting here. So I have invited another person from our team, Peder Blomqvist, that will bring those two sessions together. And then we have Yivu that will talk about, he is a master student and he will talk about his research. And also we have Sasha and Mingli. So with that we can see that we have a program. Oops. And we will be ending at the right time today. I will now introduce our first keynote, a good old friend of me, Fredrik Lindén. It's a lot of people that might know him. He is a quite familiar face in Europe. He has been engaged in a lot of programs and projects. Today he is also working hard with my data in Sweden, and I think his lecture will give us a good way of thinking from new perspectives. So with that, my dear friend, I would like to introduce you as our first keynote, and I will try to close my presentation here.
So I'm now sharing and I'm putting it in presentation mode. Are you still able to see my screen?
Actually, Lars is still okay. There he is.
So,
yep. Now you're on.
Thank you very much. So my name is Fredrik Linden, as presented, but with a K at the end, if you try to find me later on. As Lars said, I've been working in the field of healthcare IT since 2006. Started out by running the national services in Sweden, which is similar to NHS 24, if you know them, or 1177, they're called in Sweden. After that, I ran a project across Europe trying to introduce patient summaries and electronic prescriptions, where actually Sweden got the order to implement also the patient summary this year. The project was finished in 2014. A couple of years ago, like 5 years ago, I set up a not-for-profit in Sweden called My Data, which is connected to My Data Global, which is a Finnish not-for-profit, which has hubs across the world. There's one hub in China, actually. It's in the Greater Bay Area, so you can look that up if you want to join the efforts of fair data handling across the globe. But today I'm going to present on the topic of a projectathon or a hackathon that we participated in together with SAS Institute and Vinnova before the summer. And it was on type 1 diabetes based on a My Data Operator environment. So, and try to answer questions around the fact if this will increase interoperability or not. And I'm absolutely convinced that it will, but please contend me on that topic. iGrant, as you can see here, is the Swedish My Data Operator, which was part in the hack. You will see their name a couple of times in the presentation. But they're just one out of some 30 plus operators globally. So we're going to present the data for diabetes and the Nordics data, which is a data space according to the definition of the European Union Data Governance Act coming up. We're going to look at the opportunities of new technologies when dealing with the human-centric handling of data. We're also trying to focus on going away from the currently API-centric centralized approach to a more decentralized approach. And I hope that that is clear, because that is the big change in this presentation. We're also going to discuss about data agreements, which is part of some working groups within ISO. And then bring up some key issues that we still need to consider. So what's the problem? The problem is not availability of data, but it's actually access to data to get to actionable rights. We have had the GDPR implemented across Europe for quite a number of years now. And unfortunately, it was not the law to set data free. It made people more scared and had them lock in their data more than it was before. But this is not what My Data is really about. My Data is about actually better reuse of data over time. And that's one of the big issues. So the lawfulness and the fear of non-compliance and the issues around data ownership. But we try to focus on not data ownership, but data custodianship or data access, actually, or control over data. Things need to be scalable, and the current API-driven economy is not scalable. It's not scalable within Sweden. It's less, not even scalable across Europe, and even less so globally, as we become more and more global citizens. And how do we ensure, of course, verifiability, authenticity, and trustworthiness of this data? How do we know that this is a high quality or a quality marked CGM monitoring device? How do we know the settings that the data was collected, and so on and so forth? So there's the data. We need to be able to trust the data better than what we're able to do today. This is what we set out to fix when we met Annette, who has type 1 diabetes. She's Danish. She needs to control about 100 variables every day. She has an automatic glucose metering device in her body, and it actually passes through her phone, but it's considered an illegal hack currently in Denmark and in most other European countries. And we want to get past that point to where healthcare can actually trust this and do the same thing a little bit faster than what we have been able to do before. So to do that, we believe that we not only have to have what you saw before, an application, or even a decentralized application, meaning an application which is in your control and not the control of the company putting it into the markets. But on the other hand, we also need to have a data marketplace. And this may sound very, very harsh, and we're looking for a better name than marketplace. but that might actually differ in different languages, obviously. Currently, we're calling the concept the Nordics data. We're looking to set it up within the next month, 1 to 6 months, and that's looking quite good to be able to do that. In the hack, we had a number of examples here. Symbiomi is for gut measuring of gut bacteria. Dexcom, you know, Medtronic is also known. E-hälsomyndigheten is the e-health agency in Sweden. But of course, you also need the giants, so the GAFAs of the current ecosystems in here to make this happen. So to also include the SAS Institute analytics capabilities, we decided to make an app that does visualization identification of food, actually, including automatically calculating the carbohydrates and glycemic indices and so on, to help Annette in her daily job. Obviously, image recognition is something that has been existing in healthcare for a very, very long time. The same technologies can be used for this use case, but it can also obviously be used for surveillance and so on, which makes it a good use case to really be able to handle any kind of data in image visualization in the proper way. So this is just an example. Obviously, you need to have the connections from the companies, public, private, as well as individual connections in this kind of an application setting, because you don't know from the beginning who you will need to share the data with. So the Nordics data exchange place, you can see here that we have removed the marketplace to make it a little simpler in the domain of healthcare. It's an infrastructure to seamlessly aggregate and share data from multiple different sources to create actionable insights to support the patient and all the carers around that patient in the My Data Operator ecosystem. The opportunities with these new technologies for human-centric handling of data is largely open sourced, as will this kind of a data space be readily available online on the internet. You do need data intermediaries. As I said, there are more than 30 of those today from across the globe. There are American ones, Australian ones, Asian ones, and European ones. We also see a need to be able to interact between both the PKI-based infrastructures, like 1177 in Sweden. British Columbia actually does this already between PKI and the newer ledger technologies, which is the main basis of the My Data Operators. And in the purely distributed ledger technology-based implementations, you currently have ID Union, you have Sovereign, and you also have the European Blockchain Service Infrastructure, where you already have approved wallets for data handling. What are the key values of the Nordics data? You get lawfulness out of the box. You can program the smart contracts or the data agreements rather with the prevailing legal basis. It's prepared already for the Data Governance Act. Another topic which we find is an absolute necessity in healthcare is the use of devices that collect data, and the upcoming health data space it's prepared for, but we cannot say that we have that covered. We have presented this to the Swedish EMU. What's the English word for that? the Data Protection Agency. It needs to be scalable, and this is why we're proposing to use the data exchange agreements instead of the today usually based APIs. So it's protocol based. It We call it no-code approach, which means it's only configuration which is needed, which is not the same thing as the API-based approach, but it's an easier integration or rather interoperability mechanism. You go away from the need for integration. And of course, the verifiability and auditability of what has happened. We all know the difficulties that countries have had over the last couple of years when implementing different regulations around the latest pandemic. And we find that this is quite important. We need to have the cultural perspective on this. Not only the national borders need to be in this when contracts are programmed. You need to understand that things may be different between Sweden and Denmark when it comes to implementing healthcare regulations and activities to support the healthcare system. So making data exchange trustworthy, immutable, and auditable over time, no matter what geographic setting you're in. How this is done, if you're in the distributed ledger technology, you'll recognize this kind of a picture. You have a data using service and you have a data source. Example of data sources are the authorities, identity providers, IoT providers, which have certified their devices, labs, for example. On the other side, you have the data using services as caregivers, private companies, research organizations, and so on. Of course, they can also be data sources. You can have both roles in this ecosystem. This is a new kind of platform. It is more or less a platform solution. There are changes that needs to happen. Thankfully, the Hyperledger projects, Tim Berners-Lee and the founders of the internet are working on creating this new version of the web. In this, you need to have consent management, obviously, and verification services and data wallets. Many of these are generic and should not be allowed to hinder interoperability, but need to be built on open source standards. That's why we, as My Data operators, have also separated these different components, so you can pick and choose the components from each of the My Data operators, be it identity management or personal data storage, and so on. This is an important point due to the openness of the system, so that we can always trying to find the optimal combination of vendor products in the market. So we start out with the primary storage being on the individual's device. And I know that the healthcare sector hates this, and we don't see usually, that's a comment that comes, and we agree with that. It's just that we must allow that to be the starting point. Of course, the same infrastructure will allow you to store this data actually anywhere, even though not knowing where the data is stored in the end, in IPFS structures, for example. But you always have the signed data agreement to handle this. So the starting point is that you store it on the device, but we know that that will not be the case many of the times due to other requirements than privacy and security. Data sharing, going away from the organizational centric, which we now, or I personally have tried to make happen for 16 years. And we're just now getting there, and just now getting the understanding that it is better to have an individual-centric data management. So allowing the patient or the patient's delegates to control where the data is allowed to flow. And it's all based on signed secure data infrastructure. The importance why this needs to be the starting point is actually the repurposing, because even if we collect this data now for a test for Aneta, at the Karolinska University Hospital together with the Danish one, we may want to share it for some other research. And then we can easily ask the patient about the possibility of joining different research programs. Also, you can ask the patient if they want to have the outcome of that research sent to them, or if they prefer not to have that, or if they prefer to have it in a black box stored by the healthcare, the regular healthcare professionals. We also have the possibility of zero knowledge proofs, which would have come in handy in the case of LifeGene, which was a project that was stopped more or less, but has been a testing ground for the new biobanks data law in Sweden about specimens and data, which is coming into effect January of 2023. And we have the possibility of selective disclosure data. You can share 1 data point or 1,000 data points. It's still up to the individual, not the organization. So how are we building out this to make it a global thing? Actors like my data operators have worked together to create the automated data agreements. These have already been distributed as digital public goods globally through the, that's the United Nations, specific branch of their standardization arm working on that. You have the link in here if you want to go there. And there are also available resources if you want to look into them more in detail. So a data exchange agreement, a DEXA landscape, looks very much like a distributed ledger technology implementation, but it can be handled in both a DLT view as well as a PKI infrastructure.
5 minutes left.
Thank you. How do we get to implement these data exchange agreements over time? We think that there are a number of key drivers. So we're trying to work with all of them. It's the standards and architecture, where we have been working with Kantara consent receipts, the ISO 29184. We're going to be present at the Rebooting the Web in Amsterdam towards the end of September, talking about the ISO work around this. So there are a lot of standardization or architectural work going on right now. Within the MyData network, we're working with the societal and ethical norms around this. We try here also to bring in the viewpoint of the researchers and the need for fair sharing of data principles, and also to find trust frameworks that work across national borders, administrative units, call them whatever you want, but the borders that we set up in the electronic and physical world. And of course, it's going to take forever, no, but a very, very long time until we have any form of harmonization, which is global when it comes to data and privacy. But we need to continue to work with that, and we actually have good findings now from South America, where they have had a look at the GDPR work that Europe has done, and they have come up with better solutions than what we have in Europe currently. So this is a continuous work globally around the clock to find the better solutions to really make the data flow so we can get to that reuse and repurposing in a proper way. The data agreements per se are being worked in the ISO working draft 27560, and there are examples of specifications and schema of the data agreements as they currently look that you can have a look at here as well. Looking at the workflow, obviously legal and regulations need to be able to lead here. Usually they don't lead. but they need to at least follow up when we get smarter. Organizations then need to prepare and implement these data agreements. Individuals need to accept them. And then, of course, if something goes wrong, we need to have the ability to audit anything that has happened in the system. Key issues which are still there. Who's the data controller? Who's the data processor in the case of a decentralized application? Who owns, or rather who has control over the data when it's produced, consumed, and improved? So this is a global problem that as far as we can see, no one has really solved yet. What are the criteria for when to use ledger-based solutions, and how do they comply to national regulations across the globe? There are actually countries even in Europe which have forbidden the use of distributed ledger technologies currently. So with the data for diabetes hack, we do think that we will be able to find the path to the virtual pancreas quicker, whatever that is. I've seen many different definitions of the virtual pancreas. Maybe we need to be able to reimagine what it is. I want to thank iGrant for their work. This is just their background information, and I hope that you do look up the Greater Bay Area Hub for my data, that you, if you decide so, sign the declaration, read the papers, join the Slack, and join the global efforts that we're doing around this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frederick, for an interesting presentation. You can write questions in the chat and we will bring it up during our panel, because we don't really have time now for any more questions. So with that, I would like to give the word to Meihu to introduce our next keynote.
Okay, our next keynote speaker is from Peking University School of Nursing, Professor Ming Li, and her presentation topic is the effect of psychological resilience intervention in adolescents in type 1 diabetes, a comparative analysis based on traditional and remote interventions. So you can read off from the screen about the introduction of Professor Li. And without further ado, let's welcome Professor Li. You can start sharing your screen and give us the presentation.
Thank you so much for Ms. Professor G's introduction. And thank you very much for Frederick's the very interesting topic about IT problem. I'm totally not an IT person. It's very difficult for me to understand the flows, the process. But I'm a clinical person. I'm a nurse, and I work with patients with diabetes. And what I want to share with you is actually we want to do like via IT technique, or even more more miracle technology to extend our hand to our patient, our children with diabetes. So as Professor G introduced, actually I want to share part of our work on the a kind of psychological intervention named resilience promoting intervention in adolescents with type 1 diabetes. We just did a meta-analysis on the effect of this kind of intervention and the difference between the traditional face-to-face intervention and the remote, like online intervention. So as you know, diabetes is a very common chronic disease in children. Actually, it's one of the most common disease in children, especially in adolescents. According to the 10th edition of IDF Diabetes Atlas, globally there were 1.2 million people aged under 19 have to live with type 1 diabetes. You can see actually Sweden, Finland, the North European countries, they are among with the most great prevalence of type 1. Actually, in China, you can see from here, we are among here. We have the lowest prevalence of type 1 in population, in the prevalence. So, but considering our the population size, actually we have estimated that we have around 50,000 adolescents or children live with type 1. So it's not a small population. And actually considering the nature of the complexity of the disease management, so they do need help. And what's more is that they are scared. They are spread around the whole China. That we don't know where are they. They may be in a small village, or some of them maybe they stay in city. This is lucky for them. But for those live in small countries or in countryside, they have very small resources, especially for the medical resources. And actually, for type 1, study shows that between year 10 to 14, this years old adolescents, they have the highest prevalence of this kind of disease. It's around 7.15 per 100,000 per person year. I just mentioned in China, this number is around 1 per 100,000 person year. So actually in China, we have almost the lowest, the prevalence of type 1. But for adolescents with type 1 diabetes, for them, they are even more difficult than other patients with type 1 because they have to face with the developmental challenges for this age of children. So they have to undertake even more burdensome task in self-management. So the diabetes control status globally in this age, they are not very good. Only 17 to 22% of adolescents, their glycemic control is optimal. That means they are almost 80% of them are not very good controlled. But even there are so many challenges, we still can see some patients, some adolescents, they have managed well. They can work well, they can study well, they can take good care of them. So what are the difference with status? What influence them much? So we guess the psychological side. How can they coping with how do they coping with the disease may make the difference. So resilience come up to our mind. resilience training actually in ordinary population has been widely used in the field of psychiatry. But if it works, if it effective in patient with type 1 is not known. So we just had looked up the literature. We found that there are several kind of intervention component in resilience training program. So actually, there are some something we can do. So we want to check if we want to evaluate the effectiveness of the existing published or unpublished this kind of resilience, their effect on the glycemic control in adolescents with type 1. And we want to compare if there is any difference between remote intervention or the traditional face-to-face resilience training intervention. So we have made a systematic in-literature review, and we follow the PRISMA, the flow, the progress of to do the systematic review, and we have do the literature review using PubMed or Web of Science and base Cochrane library, Chen, SQL info, this kind of database, and we from the inception to May 25th, 2020. And we use the Cochrane risk bias as a tool to examine the quality of the literature. And we include all the include criteria. Our study is that the participant must be adolescents with type 1 diabetes, and intervention is based on promoting resilience skills and including such as problem solving, stress management, emotion regulation, cognitive flexibility training. And the outcome, the clinical outcome, we include HbA1c and quality of life, and like some self-efficacy, diabetes, stress, depression, this kind of emotional outcome. And the all study was designed as a RCT, and we include English and the Chinese literature. This is the flowchart. Eventually, we have 13. We have 19 paper. We did the qualitative synthesis, and we have 13 to calculate, to synthesize in quantitatively. And the quality of the literature is quite well, actually. And the result is that for the effectiveness on HbA1c, we can see that actually in most program, they follow up a different term from 3 months to 6 months to 1 year and 1.5 year. So
we seem to lose Nancy.
Yeah, is that her side, right?
Either she's very good at sitting still, or
well, I think it's the network issues. Everybody else is still working normally.
Hello, I'm connecting with Professor Li.
Okay. So you is trying to get her connected. Okay.
Now she closed, so she will probably start
She
again.
probably, yeah. Sign in again. Let's wait.
It's a good thing to be digital. When anything goes wrong, you just start again.
Right, that's true. So we can see her screen, but we can't hear her. We can't hear her voice.
So turn
Professor,
off the video, perhaps, Ming-Li.
yeah. Did you turn on your microphone? Seems like she did.
Because the images are changing, so.
Yeah. And we can't hear her voice. I think she's trying to turn on and off the microphone, but it doesn't work out.
Yeah.哎呀，我这怎么调试啊？那
Oh, there you are. I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Okay. Oh,
okay.
It's nothing about the web, the net.
I know. Sometimes it doesn't work well.
Sorry.
You can continue now.
Okay,
we have about 10 minutes, so.
Okay, so I'll quickly finish my slides. So about the result, actually we see from the 6 months, we can see the effectiveness, the program show effectiveness. And so it's clinically effective. If you treat the adolescent, their psychological treatment, you can improve their clinical control. And also, we also can see that the effectiveness on the quality of life and their self-efficacy. So, and the other aim is to compare whether the traditional face-to-face is better or as same as the online training. Altogether, we only get 3 studies with a remote or online this resilience training program include. We compared with their effects on HbA1c, the metabolic control, and we can see that actually we didn't see any significant effect with the remote resilience intervention, but it's not. But it's as we also can say it's as good as a traditional intervention, not worse than the traditional intervention. And we also look into the data. We can see that from the different the remote or online intervention is at least I think as good as the traditional way, although it's not better. So our discussion about this finding is that resilience promoting intervention actually it is focused on the resilience as a target to be intervention and to promote not only can promote the mental health well-being, but also the overall health being of the patient for the adolescents with type 1 diabetes. And compared with control group, this intervention showed the best effects in improving HbA1c at the time of 6 months, but not as effective in the longer term, like in 12 months or 18 months. That given the complexity of the glycemic control in this particular population, due to the hormone fluctuation and unstable nature of their psychosocial cognitive status. So we think this is understandable and acceptable. So I think we can learn from this result that we strongly recommend to incorporate this kind of resilience promoting elements into daily diabetes education for those adolescents, and reinforced every 6 months, because this short period of adolescence period is actually the children will face with many challenges. So we can give more support with this more frequent access with the patient. And we also found this kind of program have benefit in improving quality of life, self-efficacy. Yeah, and for the face-to-face was online, this different format, different style of intervention. Actually, we do feel like online or remote psychological intervention might have their own unique value for adolescents. Although face-to-face intervention seems more effective for glycemic control in adolescents. In this meta-analysis, only 3 study was included with online or remote intervention. It did not worsen HbA1c compared with the control group. That means maybe it's at least a not alternative way to face-to-face psychological support. And the previous study shows that most teenagers, they turn to internet when they have problems, including psychological concerns. So this kind of online intervention may provide them privacy, easy access, and they can control them well. Yeah. So especially in this the emerge of pandemic, and also considering they are spared around the physically not together, it's very hard to have them together. So the online format of intervention to give them psychological support will be a direction of future like a psychological intervention. Especially maybe we can use like a serious game, like a serious game psychological intervention to improve, to support. So our conclusion is that resilience promoting intervention is of great value in promoting mental and overall health well-being of adolescents with type 1 diabetes, and the more attractive forms of online intervention for adolescents with type 1 diabetes are worthy of future research. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you Professor Li, for sharing with us the current evidence on the psychological resilience interventions for adolescents with type 1 diabetes. This is very informative. We believe that there are much we can do to improve its effectiveness through the use of information technology. I believe your team are working on the intervention methods to improve its effectiveness. We look forward to see your future work and hope you can share with us in the future. Thank you again for the presentation. I shall turn the screen to Lars, so Lars can introduce the next speaker from Europe.
Thank you, and thank you for the previous presentation. Very interesting. Now we will move over to another good friend of me, Peder Blomqvist. He has really been working to get things done between big organizations, between individuals, and so on. As you can read on the screen, you see his background is quite impressive, and therefore the Swedish Innovation Agency invited him to support us with this winter project that they will mention about how we can increase the interoperability. You know, we talked about it in the start, interoperability, that is a very hard word to understand, and I used to translate it sometimes to interoperability means the things between, and it's the things between that nobody really takes care of. So with that, Peter, I would turn over the screen to you, and I will try to stop my sharing here also. Very well, warmly welcome to this session.
Thank you very much, Lars. I really appreciate your invitation there. Can you see and hear me all? Can you also see the presentation? Yes.
We don't see the presentation yet.
All right.
And I've stopped my sharing. Isn't that correct? Yes.
Yes. Yes, it did.
Now it's happening. Now we can see it put in presentation mode also.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Lars, and for the invitation, and thank you also for inviting me to this short introduction of one of the innovation projects or programs that Vinnova has here in Sweden. Vinnova is Sweden's innovation agency. They are quite very good at contributing to different innovators and projects. Vinnova invests approximately 3 billion Swedish crowns in research and innovation every year in Sweden. So they have a huge impact on if we are going to change something in the society, for example, the digitalization and the speed up of the digitalization as one of the goals. Winter is actually spelling in Swedish here, aims to create conditions for connecting, combining, and sharing sensitive data for innovation. Winter is also developing and doing some tests in a competition format to push digital transformation as a key of a society changes. But Winter also stands for us as a vehicle of interoperability, because that is really important for us. And that's why we also pick the name Winter. Is actually we win interoperability. It's a short message embedded in the name there. So our message and ambition here is actually to try out sensitive data and see how far can we go in order to make it happen, sharing between different parties and with a secure way of doing that. So the Winter program was actually, I should say, quite big ambition. We started with to make sure that we could use a platform or start to develop a platform together with some, I should say, partners. So that was really one area that we had to do. We also needed to develop a competition framework in order to make sure that the actors or the innovators understood what we really wanted to achieve. We talked with a lot of stakeholders and we planned for the competition a year before we started actually the competition. We thought that as a first step, we wanted to make sure that we could see how far can we go within sensitive data in healthcare community. And therefore we focused on diabetes type 1 as one area. And for 1 year, we were going to investigate and see how far can we go in order to support people with diabetes, their families, and also the healthcare providers and in Sweden. We also talked to the patients, the diabetes people themselves. So we identify a lot of different challenges and problems. So actually we asked them to give us what is really your problem, real life problems. And we documented that and we modeling the requirements in order to understand okay, what is the innovation we need inside this to solve this kind of challenges or issues that the patients had. So and we started then the project with a phase 1 where the platform for actually sharing this data and so forth was quite a big challenge for us. We had an open call for founding of that, and we had a fantastic inputs of different kind of, I should say, consortium that wanted to help us with this platform. We picked one, and we went ahead also with discussing this project and with different stakeholders, not the least the innovators themselves. But we also needed to make sure that we could discuss the same way when it comes to the infrastructure, because when you are going to share data through services, we use service-oriented architecture here in this project to make sure that they understood it. We developed this reference architecture for the information infrastructure. It's designed to support a number of basic functions necessary to ensure a secure exchange of information through services. It's also complying to the requirements for sharing healthcare data in Sweden. So here you can see the building blocks, really the technical part of the infrastructure, reference architecture for the infrastructure, and then also the legal embedded functions that we needed in this infrastructure in order to make sure that we could exchange data, sensitive data as well. We also thought that, okay, for the services, we needed to produce a different kind of, I should say, material in order to discuss with all the competitors of how a service must be described in order to make sure that we could find the winner here regarding the interoperability and so forth, but also the logical behind it, that we need, why do a consumer need data? Yeah, through a service definition, we can actually have an interface that actually is hiding how we solve the problem, the provider perspective, so to say. So this was a picture and a discussion we had early in the discussion with all the innovators in order to have the same view of what we are really wanted to achieve here. So we had two different kind of categories in services: consumer category and a provider category. We also developed this picture just to discuss with the invitations, all the project and people that was in the contest, that they could also collaborate through services. So you could actually join another service, for example, and say, okay, I can consume your service, and then we can add functionality, and then we can compete with a much more, I should say, full data set of functions that could be solving a problem. So it also opened up a discussion for collaboration between the competitions as well. So this is also an experience we had, that we had to discuss this with the different actors before we could go ahead and start the pilots. So, and the other part was when we were ready with all this kind of, I should say, architecture material, we built also a framework in order to make sure that we could deliver knowledge directly to all the actors. We actually started the competition. The framework that I was responsible for developing is actually support the collaboration. So we actually had to combine different information in a, I should say, easy readable format, so to say. So I had to produce this framework in a web format, so to say, in order to make sure that they can quick find the right information. And as you can see here, the management and control, different kind of information about the contents and the project, and then the platform information of the collaboration platform, and then the interoperability volumes, the semantic informatic volumes, and the services and infrastructure. So we had to share the same and discuss the same, I should say, view of what we think is the way forward, standardized way forward to make this happen. And also tools and some guidance we had also in this framework. It was also earlier discussed with a lot of agencies in Sweden. What can you bring to the table for us here? Because this is a society competitions, and we wanted to bring in a lot of other actors in the healthcare sector in Sweden. So this format was much bigger than just only Vinnova. It was covering the whole community of healthcare in Sweden. So actually here you can see the different actors that actually helped us with deploying this framework with material that we thought was important for us in Sweden. We also had to develop some areas in the interoperability, especially when it comes to a description framework for services and the API interface, I should say, regulations. So there we had to spend some time to develop a description framework for services before we could start. So that is the volume 4.1 here. And some of the agencies was, for example, the digitalization agencies here in Sweden, for example. We invited them as well in this project. The data we used was actually two parts: patient records, actually from medical records, anonymized data, and also authentic data. Actually, we were dealing with. And then we also had self-collected healthcare information, and actually the patient themselves contributed with a lot of own data, because they are very, very good in managing their own data, especially when you are young and you like tech things, you know, they are very, very mature. So the diabetes type 1 was very, very mature when it comes to the data handling, especially the younger part of the actors that was involved in this project. The different participants was actually the data donors, as we call them. And then also the innovators or the contestants, they actually was a third. And then we also had a jury, of course, in this project. So, and the jury consisted of mostly of the agencies and different kind of, I should say, actors that is responsible from a society point of view that this, I should say, so we could use this together and see what we can learn of it, so to say. So the jury was very important for us as well. So we had a lot of communications from a society point of view and a healthcare point of view in Sweden here. What we saw, the technical challenges, the challenges whatsoever is actually in the interoperability, of course. We decided to start with technical and semantic interoperability. We also have organizational and legal aspects, of course, but that was really too much to start with. So this, we call it this winter project, the first year, a pilot in order to see how far we can go. And if we're going to start a new winter next year, we will add the legal aspects, legal interoperability, as well as the organizational interoperability. So we have all the 4 areas of interoperability in the framework and in the project, so to say. But the technical aspects, the challenges was actually the platform itself. We hadn't enough functionality, and we saw a lot of more needs of interfaces to different kind of data providers. So we struggled a lot in order to get the data into our platform. We also struggle when it comes to the standards and guidance because we need some, I should say, more clear European or global approach when it comes to, for example, informatics or semantic data, for example. There we need more standardization recommendations here. The data-driven innovation, yeah, we needed a lot of data, a long series of data as well for each area and for each patient and so forth. So we have only started here, but we have a very interesting start here. So we are very happy with the first pilot year. The legal aspect, I wanted to say that that was really a challenge for us. So we said from the beginning, we will not focus on the legal aspect when we started up the interoperability framework, but we ended up with putting at least 30 or 40% of all the meeting time was actually to make sure that we were on the right side legally regarding the Swedish regulations.
4 minutes left.
Yes, okay. And then aspects of the collaboration and co-creation. Well, it is really important to do things together, you know. It takes 2 for tango, at least 2. And we needed, in order to succeed with this project, we needed a lot of actors outside Vinnova also participate in this project. And so we have a lot of good experience from this first year. So, and the last slide here, we had a lot of, I should say, different ways of solving things. It's a clear innovation project, and it was really nice to see the innovating agency itself really understood that this is really an innovation project. We are ourselves running, not founding other projects just doing it themselves, so to say. So it's a lot of internal learning as well in Vinnova. But we can see for the upcoming or for the way ahead forward that we know much more now. We have a huge lot of knowledge together with all the agencies and all the activities we have done here. Not the least the framework itself. We need to add on things there in order to make a Swedish or hopefully a global or actually a European approach. But it should be global, this kind of, I should say, framework for interoperability for healthcare. Okay, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much, Peter. Very interesting. We have a few minutes for if you have any questions, you can put them in the chat or in the QA session. I was thinking about you talked about the framework, and you showed us also this bookshelf of binders with information. And I like that pedagogical structure of it. Do we have that framework in English today, or is it just in Swedish?
Well, since I was the main responsible for the framework, I have partly in English version parts of it, of course, because I work very much outside Sweden. So it was really a challenge for me to go in a Swedish interoperability framework development. I should say, I think it would not be so hard to make an English version, but of course it will take some time and efforts. But unfortunately, this is the complete framework is in Swedish right now. But we have discussed to increase this, I should say, actors outside Sweden and start to discuss this in a global way. So we are discussing to make an English version very soon.
Perfect. The last question: what is with your experience of other organizations and so on, what is the biggest problem for healthcare when it comes to interoperability?
I think it's really a matter of, I should say, just do it. You know, we have so much knowledge today. We have a different kind of, I should say, islands of expertise and of data, and so what we need is actually someone that dare to start something, and then of course we can shut it down if the legal people are going to hunt us down. But we are also we need to go in a real life tests now, not so we have seen so much documentation and so much theory of going live, so to say. So I think it's time to stop talking and start to do something instead. So that is really my recommendation.
Thank you, Peter. Action is needed, as I can hear from you.
Yeah.
You will be with us for the panel discussion later on also. So with that, I would like to give the word back to Mayu to introduce our next speaker.
Great. So our next speaker would be Yu, and he is a master's student at the School of Nursing Peking University, and he is also a master's student of Professor Li. So he will present us a topic on the, let me see, on the application of hypoglycemia prediction model in digital blood glucose management of diabetes. Let's welcome Yu. Yu, you can share your screen.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen.
Okay, so you will have about 10 minutes, and those who are listening to the presentation can put in your questions in the chat box or ask questions at the end. You can start now.
Okay. Thanks for the introduction. Hello everyone. I'm Yu from Peking University School of Nursing. My tutor is Professor Medlife. It's very great pleasure indeed for me as just a student to be able to attend this diabetes workshop. So today I would like to present my recent work about hypoglycemia. Okay, as we all know, hypoglycemia is always a limiting factor in the management of blood glucose in patients with diabetes, especially type 1 diabetes. Actually, guidelines for diabetes emphasize that hypoglycemia should be addressed and prevented. However, the incidence of hypoglycemia still remains high. Evidence showed that 18.3% of patients with type 1 and 14.6% patients with type 2 had at least one hypoglycemia event during a 4-week follow-up. So with such a high incidence of hypoglycemia, there are a series of adverse consequences to patients. In the short term, there are cognitive impairments, mood changes, impaired ability to work and drive. In the long term, there are fear of hypoglycemia, reduce the quality of life, hypoglycemia and wellness. Of course, the medical cost is also a big problem. Also, some preventive interventions for hypoglycemia can reduce the occurrence of hypoglycemia. There are no validated methods for targeting these interventions efficiently. So guidelines reported that greater attention must be focused on understanding which patients were at most risk for hypoglycemia. So we all know the risk factors of hypoglycemia, including age, too high or too low HbA1c, insulin use, and so on. But how to translate these risk factors into clinical practice of evaluation of hypoglycemia remains a challenge. Okay, prediction model might solve this challenge. The prognostic prediction model for hypoglycemia has been developed to distinguish patients with diabetes with different levels of hypoglycemia risk. Although some scholars have actually developed hypoglycemia prediction models, they are rarely used in clinical practice. So we did this work. Actually, this is a systematic review. The primary objective is identifying and evaluating the quality of existing prognostic prediction models for hypoglycemia of patients with diabetes. So we designed. Sorry, I have some coach. We designed and conducted this systematic review according to the guideline for systematic review. Okay, let's see the results. These are flow diagram of study selection process and critical process. But what I want to introduce is this. Yeah, as we can see, the high frequency predictors were age, history of hypoglycemia, history of ER visits, and HbA1c, and they say insulin use. So actually, a previous reviewer said from a clinical perspective, it would be useful to elaborate on the predictors, explaining the categories, then maintaining the most commonly used predictors within each category. So we extracted predictors based on the categories suggested by the Chalmers. For example, in the domain of additional testing, HbA1c, EGFR, and diastolic blood pressure were the high frequency predictors. Okay, so according to the meta-analysis, the poor statistic was 0.77, which indicated the prediction model is a good screen tool for hypoglycemia risk. Because the eligible prognostic models of hypoglycemia were developed into a variety of type of diabetes, clinical sightings, and outcomes. So we erected them sparsely. For the hypoglycemia prediction model targeting all types of diabetes, the high frequency predictors were age, HbA1c, EGFR, history of hypoglycemia, type 1 diabetes. For the models targeting type 2, the outcome is different. So, but we didn't support the models for type 1 diabetes because there was only one study targeting type 1 diabetes. So for the outcome, we divided into all levels of hypoglycemia and severe hypoglycemia. So for the clinical setting, we divided into outpatient and inpatient. Due to the time constraints, I went in explain in detail. So the part of discussion. So according to this work, prognostic prediction model address the gap between risk factors and the clinical practice. Prognostic prediction model was a good tool for screening patients with diabetes at a high risk of hypoglycemia. The high frequency predictors were age, HbA1c, history of hypoglycemia, history of ER visits, and the insulin use. But however, but we don't recommend any existing models for widespread use in clinical practice. High quality hypoglycemia screen tool should be developed in the future, especially type 1, especially for type 1 diabetes. So that's my presentation. Okay, that's all. Thank you. If you need more information, feel free to email me.
Okay, thank you, Yiwu, and very informative presentation here. So we know that identifying predictors or risk factors for in a prediction model for a hypoglycemia is very important for managing diabetes. All right, let's welcome our last presenter, Shasha Yuan, in this workshop. And Shasha Yuan is the attending physician at Beijing Luhe Hospital, and which is also a affiliated hospital of Capital Medical University. And she's going to present with us a topic on the maturity onset diabetes of the young caused by loss of function variants of the glucokinase gene. So she's going to present with us through a genomic aspect. Let's welcome Dr. Shasha Yuan. You can start sharing and get started for your presentation.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you for your introduction. Dear Professor and colleagues, it's my great honor to receive the innovation of the summit. It's well known that type 1 diabetes usually diagnosis in the adolescence, while what I want to share today is the case of maturity onset diabetes of the young, a monogenic type of diabetes that easily confused with other types of diabetes. Now we start the case one. A 29 years old woman with blood glucose elevation for 6 years, pregnancy for 8 weeks, whose fasting glucose was about 7 millimole. Fasting C-peptide was about 2 nanogram, and no symptoms of diabetes. Her first baby was a boy whose birth weight was about 6,100 grams. Her father was diagnosed with diabetes when he was young. According to the physical examination, her body mass index about 23 kilometer and no other signs of abnormality. The lab test showed that slightly hypoglycemia and low triglyceride levels. The insulin autoantibodies were negative. The primary diagnosis of the woman was diabetes during pregnancy, and the doctor's advices were as follows: diabetic diet, proper exercise, and reasonable weight control. Small doses of insulin was injected immediately before meals. Perform regular self-monitoring and ensure the optimum target for fasting and postprandial blood glucose. Unfortunately, according to the ultrasound monitoring data from this pregnancy, the fetal shows low weight and growth retardation. To understand why that is, we summarized the clinical characteristics of the case. This young woman with early onset diabetes with mild persistence and high fasting glucose, without obesity and without insulin dependent. She had macrosoma and family history of diabetes. The lab test shows slightly hypoglycemia and low triglyceride levels, whether it's before pregnancy or in pregnancy or after childbirth. With the woman's informed consent, whole exome testing was performed and showed the glucokinase gene was mutant. MODY2 is caused by heterozygote loss of function of the GCK gene, also known as GCK-MODY. Patients are often misdiagnosed because no serious complications. Another diabetes family showed similar disease characteristic. According to the whole exon detection result, delayed mutation from exon 8 to 10 of GCK gene was the cause of this family. Through gene sequence, other hidden diabetes patients in the family were also correctly diagnosed. For male patients, they don't require treatment due to insidious onset and no serious complications. While for the pregnancy woman, reasonable blood glucose control strategy should be performed according to whether the fetus carries a GCK gene mutation. As we know, during the release of insulin, as blood glucose concentration rise, glucose is transported into beta cells by transporters. GCK activation phosphorylate glucose to G6P, which enter the glucose metabolic cycle to produce ATP, and the ratio of ATP and ADP in cell increases. ATP-sensitive calcium channels are closed and cell membranes depolarize. Voltage-gated calcium channels open, and intracellular calcium concentration rise. So the insulin is released out of cells by exotosis. While GCK inactivation caused by gene mutation means higher blood glucose levels to stimulate insulin secretion. The difference between GCK-MODY and other types of diabetes are outlined in this table. The diagnosis and the treatment process of GCK-MODY family were helpful to improve the screening awareness of MODY in any types of diabetes mellitus. That's all I wanted to share with you. Thanks for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sha Yuan. This is very important to let us know about the, type 1 diabetes, about, from the gene aspect. So thank you again for your presentation. And this will conclude our presentation today. And Lars,
thank you, Professor.
All right. And Lars, now we shall start our panel discussion, right?
True.
Okay, so screen is yours.
I would just like to thank all the presenters here. I used to say that the more perspective you get on one thing, the better solutions you will find by the end of the day. And today's presenters has given us really a wide, broad perspectives of what we can do to work together with solving the diabetes 1 problem. I will do this panel questions very easy. I just have been writing down 3 quick questions that I would like you to talk very quickly about from your own opinion. And I will address who will answer in which order. But my first question would be, what will be the next big step, innovation in diabetes 1 solutions? And I would like to start by asking that question to Fredrik, because you talked about a virtual pancreas. What do you really think will be the next big step?
I think the next big step will be easier access for researchers and clinical personnel to continue the great research that we've seen here from Shasha. Quite impressive, since there's such a small part which is genetically driven. That's going to be one thing. I also hope that we stop talking about race, which was in one of the presentations, and start talking about haplogroups and ethnicity instead. But those are more longer term wins. So the quicker and easier sharing of data.
Thank you. I would ask the same question to Yi. You talked about prognostics, and you are a master student, and you are our future. What would you think the next big step in diabetes 1 solutions actually would be?
Yiwu, are you there? Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, for hypoglycemia, there were a lot of risk factors. So for a nurse, I'm a registered nurse. So for a nurse, I think we can screen this risk factors to identify which patient is high risk hypoglycemia. Sorry, my spoken English is not so good.
Good. Thank you. I think it was a very interesting answer.
That's my thing.
And then I turn over to Sasha. You showed us a lot of how data can actually work. What is your thoughts about the next big step in innovations for diabetes 1? What do you see?
My English is not very well.
Try your best.
Sorry.
Don't be nervous. Yeah.
季老师，可否帮我？
我可以，你说没事，我尽量的帮你翻译，没事。他就是想问一下，就是你觉着，后面你认为有哪些，就是从这个技术，也可以说从你的这个基因这块吧，也是属于技术嘛，就是你可以将来做一些，从哪些方面着手去做，能够改进，或者是更好的能够去管理这个糖尿病，就是说你大概说一下就行。
Thank you for professors. First, I'm a doctor, so my opinion maybe represent some doctor's opinion. For the patients, they concern the treatment more than the mechanism of diabetes. So we product like gene work or gene sequence. We want to give an answer to the patient about the correctly diagnosis, and they're concerned about the treatment. So as a doctor, I want to give the precise diagnosis and give the correct answer about what to do about the diabetes treatment.
Thank you. Good answer. And I think your research about the DNA sequencing was very interesting to understand. And for me, it will always be a philosophical question. How much do you want to know about yourself? It's difficult. But Then I turn over to Peter. You are not the youngest one in this group, so you will be the last one. What do you think will be the next big step from an innovation point of view when it comes to diabetes 1 solutions?
Well, I thought about that because I'm not an operational guy. I'm working with interoperability and how to share standardization and so forth. I mean, I've been lucky to dig into the healthcare sector now for 4 or 5 years. And what I've seen, well, once we picked diabetes and the patients that actually we were starting to discuss, we have had over a couple of hundred people involved in discussion at one time. And I realized that the maturity in this group, in this community, the younger diabetes people were actually driving the whole thing, you know, when they said that, okay, if you don't decide what standard we should use, what tools or what methods we will invent that ourselves. So actually they are really, I was really surprised when I saw that the diabetes community actually taking care of, I should say, their own, I should say, monitoring and discussion and sharing knowledge between each other very, very much. So I think that the next big step is that I hope that we, on the other side, not having diabetes, but is in managing somehow the way forward of how to share this data, this crucial information, data and knowledge quicker. We have to decide, okay, we need to decide now what is the standard, how should we do, we'll have to pick one way and just do it. Otherwise, the diabetes patients will solve their own problem without the healthcare sector. That is really, for me, I should say, well, no, maybe not appropriate in this community, but I've seen that as really a changer, that they can actually do a lot themselves. So if we don't speed up in the healthcare sector, the patient will go forward anyhow, somehow. So hope that, so my hope is that actually the big next step is that everybody realize this and start to decide what is the standard now for sharing healthcare data, and also fix the legal issues here, so we can start to share lab results and knowledge between each other cross borders. Then we will solve a lot of diseases. Why not start with the diabetes? Also, the fantastic presentations we have seen here today, I'm very convinced that the data and the knowledge you have should be shared amongst many worldwide, and then we can see actually really a big change coming up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And you gave me the way into my next question to all of you. And when you start to think about what we've been talking here, we talk about data. And data may, as it seems, represent anything today. But we are also talking about sharing. And the one that knows me before, I used to talk about sharing is caring, because I think it's very important. So my next question would be, how vital will the sharing of data between China and Europe be for the future of solving problems like diabetes 1? And I can see that my good old friend C has turned on the camera. And even if it wasn't on this session, I would like your opinion on that question.
Dr. Yang, your microphone is off.
All right. Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, thank you. Actually, I come here to learn from all the scholars, researchers, and yeah, they did a very nice presentation and fantastic ideas. Here we talk about we get data and share. It's very important to dig out intelligence or dig out solutions, making decisions from the data. So it's important. We have to build the sharing channels between China and Europe. It's a forward or onward work. I think we should work on that. And we just talked about the data sharing. Actually, another thing, the source. How do we get good data? That's also a good practice. We need to get some standard. The standard can start from Europe, can start from China, which we started some initiated good work. We need to have some frame to get real good data that can help us make a good outcome. That's that's my opinion. Okay, I don't know. I answered or I expressed myself. Thank you.
No, but I think it's a good point you give us, and I mean it's always in the discussion or when you meet each other and talk with each other, you find new ways of thinking. Yeah, and I think it's very interesting that we say it's so important to share here, and therefore, Miyu, I would like to ask you the question: if we're doing how vital this sharing is, could competition be a good ingredient in this recipe?
That's a good question. Competition is always important, right? Yeah. So from my perspective of view, I think data sharing is important, and not only between patients and healthcare providers, also between different kinds of providers like nurses and physicians, to sharing those the important data, and also we can come up with more tailored and individualized interventions or treatment measures to help patients to improve their disease management. Thank you. Good.
Good. And if I tweak the questions a little bit and ask Frederick, then how important will the sharing of data between individuals with diabetes 1 and healthcare become? And as you can see, I don't mention Europe or China now. I'm just talking about the group of people.
I think Peter touched upon it. It needs to be driven by the patients, especially currently the young patients. I totally disagree that EU and China should share any data with each other. I think they should set up the legal frameworks so that clinicians and researchers and individuals are able to share data between these geographical units or nation states even. That's the ultimate goal. My comment before on race was not towards you as a researcher, EU. I see it all the time with the Americans as well. You know, it's an old inheritance that we were able to get out of in Sweden in the 80s, luckily enough. But what I loved in the Chinese presentations was that you went from the global perspective, the large cohort of people, down to the person equals one research. And this is what we need to be able to do. And this is what the patients are ready to do. And they are ready to do with the best researchers competitively across the world, I'm sure.
Good. I just see Sasha has turned off her video. Is it anything you would like to put in the discussion, Sasha, about this of sharing data between?
Sorry. 金老师帮我
他就是想问一下你这边有什么关于就是一些数据的一些分享方面的一些想法？你这边有什么就是你自己作为从医生的角度吧，你有什么想法吗？随便说几句就可以。
About sorry.
Okay.
I'm nervous.
Okay.
About sharing the data. Now. 好像没有什么好的想法。
It's all right. At the moment, I think she don't have any input for this
It's
question.
okay, that also.
Okay.
And I'm starting to see our session is coming to its end there. And one thing I would like to share with you is also that we have to think about how difficult it is to share. We learned that when we asked our patient to share their data into the Winter project and the iHack for diabetes and so on. And suddenly I understood that it's really not easy to share things, because most of everyone that is collecting data are looking at it as their own assets. But I think in the future we will start to look at data more as a product. And therefore, I would like to end this. I will see if I can share this. To ask you all to think about the next Medical Informatics Europe conference that will be in Gothenburg next spring. And I would like to see perhaps a track where we discuss more about diabetes, because it's a worldwide problem, and how we could work together to find solutions with that. So that's my thanks to you all for being a part of this session. And I think I would like my co-chair Mia to also say goodbye to all of you.
Thank you all. We all had great presentations today. So thank you very much. So we will conclude this workshop then. And hopefully in the future, we can still participate in activities and hear your future works. Thank you, Lars. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mio.
Thank you,
everyone.
Bye-bye. I need to go to the next session. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
It's great to work with you, Lars.